Hi guys, it's me, Sakhir HD, and welcome to what is going to be the final four and a half hours, of the final day of pre-season testing in 2022, and hopefully we will get to see, say, as close to what we're going to get in qualifying in a week's time, the real pace of the 2022 cars. Of course, this morning, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, the pace has increased from a lot of teams. We now have a new fastest lap time of the test so far. And I'll get into that in a moment. But yeah, hopefully, in this final 4-hour session that will be beginning in just under half an hour time, as you can see on your screen, hopefully we will get a, say, general idea of most of the grid and where they are at. That is what we are hoping for in this afternoon session. Hopefully we see some surprises. Hopefully a midfield team really does stand out and throw themselves into the mixer. We'll have to see in this afternoon session whether we do get that. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully you'll be joining me and watching along this final 4-hour afternoon session of testing. If you can't because you're busy doing something else, so just make sure to listen along and I'll keep you bang up to date with what goes on in this session. And in general, hopefully you guys are doing well no matter what part of the world you're from, no matter what time it is in your part of the world. Hopefully you're doing very, very well. So before we get on to anything else, let's first get into what's happened so far. So you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, that is the running order so far today. Sergio Perez, quickest, on a 1:33.1. That is the quickest time of the Bahrain test so far. Guan Yu Zhou finished up, or is in second place. I can't remember, to be honest, if Valtteri Bottas is taking over in the afternoon. He probably is, to be honest. But yeah, Guan Yu Zhou ending up second, 8.5 tenths off the pace. Pierre Gasly third. Carlos Sainz in fourth. Fernando Alonso fifth. Lando Norris in sixth. And Latifi, Stroll, Hamilton and Magnussen complete the top 10. Now, I'm not sure. Not sure about Red Bull in terms of what their run plan is for the drivers. I'd imagine Verstappen is going to do the afternoon. I'll probably check in a moment what the plan is for who's running at what part of the day. One thing I can tell you though, sadly, is that Daniel Ricciardo will not be doing any running today because yesterday, after the session finished, he tested positive for COVID-19. So he will not be doing any running today, and hopefully he will be fit enough and well enough to race in Bahrain next weekend, because if he's not, I can't really think of who would replace him, to be honest, because I don't think McLaren have like a prominent test or reserve driver. So yeah, hopefully Daniel Ricciardo can race next weekend. Just to say, when it comes to those 10 times, I'm just going to read out what tyres all of those times were done on. So Sergio Perez did his best time with 1:33.1 on the C4 compound tyre. Guan Yu Zhou did his best time on the C4. Gasly did his best time on the C4. Carlos Sainz did his best time on the C5, but we know the Ferrari can go a lot quicker than what it did. I mean, he did a 1:34.9 or 1:34.8, something like that. Did Carlos Sainz in that session on the C5, and we know, can go a lot quicker because yesterday he did a 1:33.5 on a compound harder tyre. So definitely sandbagging Ferrari in the morning. Alonso did his best time on the C4. So did Norris in 6th place. And then Latifi and Stroll did their best time on the C3. And then Hamilton also sandbagging quite heavily in the morning because he did his best time on the C5, most likely just doing a race run to see what the tyre wear is like on a heavier fuel load. Most likely that's what Mercedes were doing there. And then on the C2 was Kevin Magnussen. So those are the 10 times and what, tyres they were on when they did those times. Now, before I move on to any other topics, let's quickly move on to to the upgrades when it comes to the teams, because I did actually say yesterday's review of day 2. By the way, if you want to go check that out quickly, then make sure to do so. If you haven't heard or seen what happened on day 2 of testing, I did say that Red Bull would be bringing an upgrade to the final day of the test. And I'm just going to quickly get that on screen for you guys of their new side pod / floor arrangement. So let me just get that up quickly. Here we go, and I'll just bring it down so it's not in the way of the timing and all that. Nope, not there. Here we go. So the actually I should just probably put it over the top of everything because it's better then to see it. So what was it? If you look at the bottom picture, this is the side pod / floor from the Barcelona test. That's why it has BCN next to it. By the way, this guy, Albert Abrega, I think it is. Very, very good Twitter account to follow if you want to follow anything when it comes to Formula 1. Very, very good to follow him on Twitter. Also, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. So yeah, that's the side pod floor arrangement from Barcelona. And then as I scroll up, you can see the new side pod from Bahrain. You could definitely tell the difference in the side pods there. If again scroll just up and down. So Red Bull, their big upgrade is that it is the side pod / floor. We knew they were going to be bringing a big upgrade of sorts to this final test, and of course today is going to be a very interesting day, especially in the afternoon. When they pushed pretty hard in the morning, did Red Bull, but it's going to be interesting to see in the afternoon if they do a similar fueled run, you know, whether the Red Bull looks better with that new upgrade and whether, say, the pace is better than expected when they put that new upgrade on. We'll see what the Red Bull car looks like. But yeah, watch out for Red Bull in this afternoon session coming up, because I think we are going to see most likely Ferrari and Mercedes, I think, definitely will do lower fuel runs on the C4 or C5 compound tyre with Leclerc and Russell, who are going to be the two drivers respectively coming in for those teams in the afternoon. But for Perez or Verstappen, I think it will be probably in the afternoon. Hopefully he also does a low fuel run like Perez did in the morning. Hopefully as well we'll see Norris and the McLaren do one, because it really would be good to get a good gauge on this final few hours of testing where everyone is and where especially the top teams are. So hopefully we'll get to see the fruitions of that Red Bull upgrade. Maybe we've already seen it with Perez, you know, doing a 33-1, but I think we'll probably see more of it in the afternoon session. Of course, the afternoon session, more representative if you're thinking ahead to the Bahrain Grand Prix itself, because, of course, the Bahrain Grand Prix, the qualifying and race, takes place under darkness. So, of course, the afternoon session is going to be the most representative of a part of the day. Also, there is some other interesting news. By the way, it's Chaz HD5 for the Twitter, not Chav. It's Chaz HD5, the @ on Twitter. There's also other interesting news regarding Mercedes. So, according to Auto Motor und Sport, which is a very good publication when it comes to Formula 1, probably the #1 publication, I would say, really, worldwide or certainly in Europe when it comes to Formula 1. And they have published a quote from a Mercedes engineer that has popped up on Twitter this morning. And actually the quote was, I guess, said, or whatever you want to call it, before the session started. And the Mercedes engineer, whoever it is, said, "Red Bull and us are in the same boat. We are not in our normal form. If there was a race on Sunday, Ferrari would win by a clear margin. And the alarming thing is that the other teams are right behind us." That is a quote from a Mercedes engineer. I'm not sure I would say Red Bull and Mercedes are in the same boat. I mean, I don't think Red Bull are, massively quicker than Mercedes. I don't think they're way ahead or anything, but I do think Red Bull have the better car right now compared to Mercedes. I'm not sure I'd say in the same boat. I don't think Red Bull are under threat from the midfield or anything. I think Mercedes probably are. But when it goes on to say, Ferrari, if let's say if there was a race tomorrow, Ferrari would win by a clear margin. To be honest, I tend to agree at the moment. I don't think they'll have it all plain sailing next weekend, but I honestly tend to agree. I think Ferrari are right now the favourites to win the Bahrain Grand Prix next weekend. Certainly with Charles Leclerc, because we have to remember that no matter how good the Ferrari car is, Leclerc, since he has joined the Ferrari team, pretty much every time we've come to Bahrain, he has put in a very good performance. Of course, 2019, Leclerc should have won the Grand Prix, got pole position. And then 2020 had a couple decent races, or at least showed decent pace around the 2 races in Bahrain. And then last year, he qualified 4th on the grid in a midfield car and finished in, I think, 6th place. So I think definitely if Ferrari have, the car we think they have, I think Charles Leclerc has to be the favourite to win the Bahrain Grand Prix next weekend. But I don't think it is an absolute, at the moment, clear Ferrari 1-2 for the Grand Prix next weekend. I just don't think we are quite yet in that position, because I think Red Bull are not too far away at the moment. I mean, if Ferrari in this afternoon session prove otherwise and prove that no, they are clearly way quicker, then of course I will change my opinion as to what I think will happen next weekend. But I still think Red Bull, I still think Red Bull are only, say, a quarter of a second, 0.3 of a second behind, which of course is still a decent gap behind, but it's not. It doesn't make Ferrari unbeatable, and certainly given what we've seen from Max Verstappen in the past, with him being able to drag pace out of the car that seemingly isn't there, that means that I think Verstappen is absolutely, if it turns out to be the case that Red Bull are only 2 or 3 tenths behind Ferrari on pure pace, I think Verstappen is still able absolutely to contend for victory in that Red Bull, given, like I said, what we've seen from him in the past, winning races he shouldn't have won, showing incredible speed and all of that. So I don't think it's as straightforward as Ferrari are going to win next weekend easily. But I think you'd have to say at the moment that Ferrari are the favourites for the Bahrain Grand Prix. When it comes to the Grand Prix in Saudi Arabia, honestly, who knows? We really need to see what happens next weekend in Bahrain and look at the data in terms of what cars are quick in whatever sectors of the circuit to really determine who is good in what parts of the track and who's, got a more slippier car in terms of, being quick down the straights, who has a car that is very good in the corners. We can't really tell that during this test because teams aren't showing their full hand, but we can see that, or be able to tell that from what we will be able to see in Bahrain. So, in Bahrain next weekend. So, in regards to the rest of the season, we'll have to see what happens next weekend. But for the Bahrain Grand Prix, yeah, Ferrari and Red Bull, I think, are the 2 main contenders, I would say, for victory. For Mercedes, I think certainly in qualifying, Mercedes are in trouble for next weekend. I think in the race, because of the 2 drivers they have, it probably will be better for them. But I think they will be in a bit of trouble in qualifying. I think they'll struggle, honestly, to get in the top 3 on the grid, given what we've seen so far. Also, other stories from that Auto, Motor and Sport article is Red Bull and Mercedes are working on different problem areas. We will only see the true potential of the cars once those are sorted out. Mercedes is extremely fast in slow corners. but loses all in, did I say fast corners or slow corners? Mercedes is extremely fast in slow corners, but loses all in fast corners. Red Bull understeers a lot in slow corners, and it is too heavy. Helmut Marko is hoping that the new aero package that arrived today will help out with the understeer. Quote, that should take away the understeer, and we are trying to slim down the car step by step to get rid of the weight. There was actually a story from Barcelona that Red Bull deliberately ran, or maybe not deliberately, but they do have quite a heavy car compared to the rest, and weren't really keen on changing that in Barcelona because they were trying to get the FIA to raise the minimum weight of the cars. The FIA, though, thankfully, not going to do that. So we'll see if they can get rid of that weight. Mercedes has problems with porpoising. Quote, we are up and down with the ground clearance, but the car jumps like a billy goat. Due to that, Mercedes isn't able to do its normal test program. This means that no statement can be made about the qualities of their car yet. One observer gave an interesting verdict. Quote, maybe Ferrari is not the fastest car in the field, but it is the car that is easiest to drive at the moment, and that brings the lap time. And then there's a quote from Helmut Marko saying, this year it may take 3 to 4 races before we know who has the fastest car. So very interesting that, all those quotes. If that is to be believed about Red Bull and Mercedes in terms of where their cars are good, with Mercedes being extremely fast in the slow corners, but losing, say, all of that advantage in the fast corners, would point to what we've already seen. What we've seen so far in this test is oversteer, quite bad oversteer in a couple of corners, especially the exit of turn 4, kind of the exit of turn 1 as well, but also the exit of turn 13. The Mercedes has a lot of oversteer. Now, in fast corners, really what you need, most importantly, is a rear end that isn't going to step out. That's what you need the most. And that would point to that oversteer we've seen absolutely being probably their main issue. The porpoising also is definitely a big issue right now. They're probably suffering the worst with that. But yeah, the oversteer is definitely a big issue for them. And that's why they'll be losing time in the fast corners if that is the case. And then when it comes to the slow corners, that points to the front end of the car being fine, just not being stable on the rear end in those faster corners, which we have seen kind of from the day's testing so far. And with the Red Bull saying it understeers a lot in slow corners and it's too heavy, I mean, the heaviness thing, like I said a moment ago, we've already kind of heard about that. And Red Bull, basically, it's been confirmed from Barcelona that Red Bull have a lot of weight on that car. I think, though, we did kind of see the understeer with the Red Bull, I think, yesterday, if I think back. It was only slight, but, those slight differences on the front end into each corner, that's what gives the time away. And with this track, the Sakhir International Circuit, I mean, there are fast corners, but really, the majority of the corners are slow corners, or slower corners, where the front end is more important than the rear end. So, in regards to next weekend's Grand Prix, that could be really an issue. If the Ferrari, for example, is on the front end, really getting into every corner, absolutely fine, and the Red Bull is still just kind of wandering when it comes to the apex of the corners, then they're giving away that, little bit each corner. That's what adds up to the time. But yeah, Red Bull and Mercedes, I think it is kind of true what what was said by that engineer, and just in general, Mercedes and Red Bull are definitely not as strong looking as they were last year. There's no doubt about it. I still think Red Bull are a front running team. Probably Mercedes are too once they unlock the full potential of their car, but it's definitely not as quick, the Mercedes, as last year's car. Absolutely no way. One team, though, I am interested to see more from pace-wise is McLaren, because I actually think there's a lot of pace in that McLaren, but the problem they've had in the test so far is reliability. They are limited to shorter runs because of these brake issues, and they're now having to rush new parts to the circuit to fix it, because they've had to mitigate really for it in the last couple days. So yeah, that really needs to be fixed soon, because I do actually think McLaren are kind of a dark horse this season with the pace that I think they do have. I think they can absolutely get in there with, say, Red Bull and Mercedes, certainly at the start of the season, come McLaren. And I think they'll probably have maybe another small upgrade for the first race. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Yeah. As we've got, 9 minutes, or actually 8.5 minutes to go until the start of the afternoon session. Hopefully, like I said, we'll see pretty much all of the teams doing low fuel running and running around the similar ish fuel loads. That's what we want to see in this session. Again, reminder to anyone who's just joined. So from the morning session, Sergio Perez was quickest on a 1:33.1. That is the quickest time of the Bahrain test so far. And then you got Guan Yu Zhou second, Gasly third, and then Sainz, Alonso, Norris, Latifi, Stroll, Hamilton, Magnussen complete the rest of the order for the drivers who, of course, drove in the morning. And for the tyres, in terms of who ran on what tyres, Perez did his best time on the C4, Guan Yu Zhou on the C4, Gasly on the C4, Sainz on the C5, C4 for Alonso and Norris, C3 for Latifi and Stroll, C5 for Hamilton, and C2 for Kevin Magnussen. For Hamilton and Sainz, though, even though they did their best time on the C5, of course, they are way off the pace, because I think they were just testing, really, what the softer tyres were like with heavier fuel, probably. I don't think they were really trying for a proper quick run in the morning, but I do actually think that lap time from Sergio Perez is actually a pretty good lap time from him, considering in the morning, considering how hot it is. The conditions are not, absolute peak for, for what you would want to get the best lap time you could possibly get around this track, because when it gets too hot, the tyres can really just die in that heat, especially towards the end of a lap if you're really, pushing on. So I think that's actually a pretty good lap time from Sergio Perez. We'll see, though, how good it is in the rest of the afternoon session, beginning in just over 5 minutes' time. Just want to say, though, before we get on to the running and any more news or any more just anything, don't forget, guys, to come along to my stream later tonight at 8 PM UK time, where I will be reviewing pre-season testing, going through all of the teams, giving my overall thoughts for how I think they've done in testing and how I think they are looking pace-wise going into the first Grand Prix in Bahrain. Also, I'm going to look at all of the best lap times done by each team in the Bahrain test and what tyre it was done on, because of course that will give us a very good, or a mostly good, indication as to what the pace is looking like for all of the teams. And then I probably won't give my predictions for the season, because I'm actually going to do a season preview video next week. And when it comes, by the way, to next week's content, I will be showing kind of a graphic that shows all of the stuff I'm doing next week. So make sure to come along to that stream also to find out exactly what I'm doing next week, content-wise, on the channel. So yeah, 8 PM UK time tonight, which is in 8 hours from now. Yeah, make sure to come along to that. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Smash the like button down below also. And share this video and channel everywhere you can. Of course, does help the channel grow. And as well, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. By the way, great to see everyone in chat. Great to see Nib also in chat. Let me see if there's any more news I can go through before we get going. if there's anything. Oh, we have another new thing from this Twitter account. AMUS reports that the new parts have helped McLaren with their brake problems, but have not solved it yet. Quote from Andrea Sider: "We need another step before the first race. As things stand today, we could do a race distance, but we would have to manage the brakes, or certainly more so than other teams." Also, AMUS reports that Red Bull's GPS data is showing that Mercedes are very quick in the slow corners despite running with significantly lower power mode. Mercedes engineers say that in return they are losing a lot in fast corners. They claim Mercedes are not bluffing, saying we're not bluffing, the porpoising issues are real and they're keeping us from understanding and developing the car at the moment. Yeah, and that's pretty much it, I would say, for the moment, as the F1 intro is playing for testing on the screen. And we should see, hopefully in a couple minutes, cars back out on track. Yeah, good to see you're just going through Tammy's Twitter. Well, it's such a good Twitter account for news. And provides such great information. You have to cover it. As very, very hot, of course, in Bahrain, as it normally is. Usually gusty, but it doesn't seem to be as foggy and misty as it was yesterday. Yeah, the sun not really being blocked out this time like it was yesterday at the track, as the Bahrain national flag flies high. And we'll get cars lining up at the exit of the pit lane very, very soon. By the way, whilst the session is going on, if you do have any questions to ask or comments you want to put in chat, then, make sure to go for it. Even though, yeah, I will be busy looking at the session, doesn't mean I won't have time at all to look at comments in the live chat room. So make sure you do have any comments or questions to ask or whatever, then make sure to post it down below. As Lewis Hamilton, not Lewis Hamilton, I thought it was Lewis Hamilton. No, it's George Russell getting into the Mercedes car, getting ready for this afternoon session. Thankfully, they've got the seating arrangement all ready for him, and have got the car ready to go out. And hopefully, it is the same case with Ferrari. Charles Leclerc, I think, will be driving in the afternoon, and they've got the screens up, so obviously got the floor off to get that new seat and all in, most likely for the team. Charles Leclerc has not done an afternoon session so far in this test. He's only done the morning sessions, so it'll be interesting to see how quick he is, because I actually think his pace in the morning sessions has been really, really good, considering, again, the track's not in as good condition during the morning as it is in the afternoon. So I think we might see, if Leclerc does a lower fuel run, we might see some really good lap times from the Monegasque driver. And yeah, Heat Haze clearly at the Bahrain track. And beautiful day at the circuit. Hopefully we get some interesting talking points coming out of this session. But I'll just quickly get rid of that. And I'll get the ticker ready for, of course, the session starting. Also, screens up at Red Bull, as Max Verstappen, of course, will be in the car for the afternoon. Let me just get the timing ready. There you go. So we should be underway in, what, about 30 seconds-ish from now is when the session should be underway here in Bahrain. Yeah, you got to follow Chris Medland as well. Yeah, Chris Medland also I do look at quite a bit. And yeah, session should be underway in the next few seconds, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I think it'll be underway right now. Will it be underway right now? No, it's still red. Oh, now it's underway. Right, so I'll just quickly get it ready to show, or get ready to show the timer on screen in a moment. But the afternoon session has officially begun, and our first car on track is Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo, of course, taking over from, I'm sure, his one of his Finnish heroes, Kimi Räikkönen, in Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo, though, not really looking that quick, I would say, as he heads up to turn 4. And yeah, about 10 seconds time, hopefully I should have the timer synced up perfectly. And yeah, there you go. So 3 hours and 59 minutes to go. As now we're looking at the McLaren and the brakes. And yeah, McLaren have brought new parts, but as Andreas Seidel said, it's not quite totally fixed. It has helped, but still a bit of an issue for the McLaren team. As Lando Norris just talking to his engineer. Hopefully, of course, his teammate Daniel Ricciardo will be well enough to race next weekend. He will be missing, though, a lot of vital track time. He's missed out on, what, 8, 12 hours of time here in Bahrain. So he'll have to do, or they'll have to try and get him to do as much running in the practice sessions next weekend to try and make up for the lost time. And hopefully, also by then, McLaren are not struggling as much with their brakes, so they can show more of that speed. As Valtteri Bottas will come back into the pits on this out lap. Yeah, with Alfa Romeo, I think they're probably the second worst team back there with Haas F1 as the two worst teams really in F1. Hopefully they're not too far away from the midfield, but I think they are pretty poor. I also think Alfa Romeo may have had issues or have issues with their weight ahead of the new season's. Valtteri Bottas, he is on the C2 prototype tyre, and he just did a practice start at the exit of the pit lane. And yeah, I think with Bottas, who of course has been used to many years fighting at the front, or even for Williams fighting, in good positions, I think this year is probably going to be reminiscent of his debut season in Formula 1 2013, where the Williams was absolutely terrible, and he was fighting around, 13th, 14th, 15th place, really. As Norris just talking to a media person or a photographer. As doesn't look like McLaren are coming out anytime soon. Sebastian Vettel, who also hasn't done any afternoon running, is about to get into the car. Very nice helmet, by the way, even though the, Cyprus complained about it. But hopefully gets to keep it, because it is a very nice helmet. And hopefully Aston Martin show a bit more speed than they've shown so far, because they've not looked that great, I think, Aston Martin so far. But hopefully we see something a bit more, say, surprising in these final 4 hours. As Valtteri Bottas, hopefully, will now begin a flying lap. And yes, he will. And Valtteri Bottas comes down the pit straight. The Alfa Romeo not really porpoising down the straight. If you compare it to the Mercedes, I mean, there's no real comparison. The Mercedes is much worse when it comes to that issue down the straights. So, yeah, just proving that Mercedes at the moment is really struggling on that end. As Bottas through turn 4. Rear end slightly being lost. And now into turn 5 and 6. You have to get turn 5 absolutely bang on right, especially with the front end, because if you don't, then it compromises your entry to turn 6 and makes you lose bag loads of time. As George Russell in the Mercedes is now on a outlap. And yeah, Bottas, I mean, car looks fine during this lap, nothing special. Bottas now through turn 11, and hopefully in a moment we'll cut to Russell in the Mercedes, because I'm hoping that he'll come out on a bit of an aggressive-ish tyre, and hopefully an aggressive-ish fuel load. As Bottas continues on his prototype tyre and will complete his first time of the day. He's probably going to be very slow, like 7 or 8 seconds off the pace. And yeah, it's a 140.8. So I'll just update that. Bottas up to P11 on a 140.8. So 7.7 seconds adrift. But of course, he will probably in the afternoon, for most of the afternoon, I think Bottas will do what Guan Yu Zhou did yesterday, which is just race running on a race fuel load. As we're looking now at Williams, who I think are going to have Albon in the car for the afternoon. I did see that they were going to try and give Latifi extra time, but I don't know if he's going to be in the car again this afternoon. I'm not sure. As here comes the Mercedes of Russell down the pit straight on the hard compound tyre. And we'll see what this lap is like. The front end looked fine through the slow corners, as we've heard earlier in this stream. And then on the exit, though, you can kind of see just a slight bit of rear instability, even though he's not pushing that hard. Front end didn't really go in on that corner. Now into turn 8. And yeah, car looks fine through there. Yeah, it's just with the Mercedes, I think, yeah, I mean, that comment earlier by the Mercedes engineer about, you know, or not the Mercedes engineer, but from the article that Mercedes are better in the slow corners. You can just see it. When, as well, he gets quite a bit of understeer at turn 11. The faster the corners, or the faster the car gets on track, you know, at faster parts of the circuit, the car just looks less comfortable. Once they get that settled down, though, or if they can get it settled down, there's no guarantee that they will, then who knows what kind of car they have for the season. As Russell completes his lap, and P10, 4.5 seconds, or just over actually, 4.5 seconds off the pace. So let me just get him into position. Russell up to P10. And yeah, 4.7 seconds down. Hopefully, after he does a bit of a race run, which he probably will for a bit, we'll start to see him get progressively quicker. We've not really seen Russell at all in this test so far do a lower fuel run. He's really just done high fuel or low engine mode, or just race running pretty much. As Russell. So hopefully we get to see what he has in this test on a lower fuel load. As Sebastian Vettel, by the looks of it, is about to come out onto circuit. He's just waiting, I think, for the right moment. Or Aston Martin, rather, are waiting for the right moment. As Russell continues on his hard compound tyre. The only cars on track right now with 10 minutes into the afternoon session. As there's some pink paint on the rear wing, I think, to measure the airflow. The only cars on track right now are the two men who were teammates once at a Grand Prix at this track. Russell and Bottas. Of course, Bottas no longer at Mercedes, and Russell taking over from him. As Russell continues on into the final corner. As, yep, Sebastian Vettel has now joined the circuit. He's now on his outlap. As Mick Schumacher is in the car this afternoon for the Haas team. And Mick ready to go out by the looks of it. Of course, Kevin Magnussen, because Haas F1 missed the start of the test, Haas F1 were given an extra hour of running yesterday, and Magnussen actually went quickest of all, went 0.3 of a second quicker than Carlos Sainz on a 33.2 on the C4 tyres. So hopefully we will see that in, more of a representative time in comparison to the other teams, at the same time the other teams are doing their laps as well, rather than an hour or so after the session. As Russell just did a practice start and he exited the pit lane. And now Mick Schumacher comes out on track, and he is also on the hard compound tyre. And he will do his practice start. With Sebastian Vettel, hopefully we'll see him in a moment to see what tyres he is on. And I've got to say the Haas livery is actually looking the best it's looked probably since the infamous Rich Energy days, with the extra bit of red on the car. It's kind of, I don't know, it's almost as though Haas and Alfa Romeo have kind of teamed up on that livery, because it does have a bit of Alfa Romeo in there. And here is Sebastian Vettel. What tyre is he on? He's on the prototype tyre. Yes, he is. But he will, hopefully now, do his first lap of the day. DRS wide open down the pit straight. For 2022, we are actually expecting the DRS to be more powerful. Hopefully. I'll not be too powerful, because I think one thing we could see this season is the it being, very easy to follow in comparison to last year, and the DRS possibly ruining things. That's what I'm hoping doesn't happen. As Sebastian Vettel now through the first sector, and now into turn 8. And running wide again. That corner, turn 8, the Aston Martin has pretty much just looked like a cross-channel ferry at the not the apex, the hairpin of turn 8, understeering pretty much all the time at that corner. Vettel now into turn 11, and car looks okay and continues on his way. And, runs wide now at turn 13. And, not the greatest start to the session for Sebastian Vettel. He will, though, complete a time. Probably a very slow one. I think, honestly, on this lap, I know he's not pushing, hell for leather, and he's not on a representative tyre, but when you look at the Aston Martin on track, you can tell it's not a good car. That's all I'm saying when it comes to them. You can just tell that they have issues. As Sebastian Vettel goes up to 12th position in the Aston Martin. And it's only a couple tenths down on Kevin Magnussen, as Mick Schumacher is now on a time lap. And yeah, Vettel 5.7 seconds down as Russell improves his lap time to a 37.3. I'll update his time in just a moment. Let me just do Vettel and Bottas. And Mick Schumacher, I think, is about to complete his first run here. And here we go. Let's see what Mick Schumacher does. Probably a 140 something. And it is a 140.7 for Mick Schumacher. Just behind the Alfa Romeo of Valtteri Bottas. So let me just get him now up there. Hopefully, for Mick Schumacher, as Lando Norris is actually now out on the C4 compound. Good to see. Hopefully, he's on a bit of a low fuel run. I was just going to say with Mick Schumacher, hopefully Haas have a car that is at least good enough to be racing other cars, because I think Mick does need this season something to compare himself to. It's great also that he has Kevin Magnussen as his teammate, because Magnussen is a super quick driver, as we've seen in years past. But hopefully he gets to race other cars, not just himself or his teammate, because I know, a lot of people think that Mick is next in line at Ferrari, but at the end of the day, if he continues at Haas F1, and because Haas F1 have easily the worst car, he doesn't get to race anyone and doesn't, ever get a points finish or anything like that, Ferrari will not be able to take him, into their team based on that. They need enough evidence, kind of like we saw with Charles Leclerc in 2018 for Sauber, where, the Sauber was kind of, back end of the midfield pack, but Leclerc was able, because he's so good, to put the car in points-paying positions a few times. That's what kind of Mick needs, if he's going to show how good he is, or, that he's good enough to be a Ferrari driver in, I don't know, next year, 2 years' time, 3 years' time. But as long as Haas F1 are at the very back, I don't think Ferrari really could take Mick Schumacher, because there's no real, if he's still in that type of position, there's no real evidence then that, Mick is actually good enough for that level. As Sebastian Vettel continues on his way, as Norris didn't really go for a quick lap there. Sebastian Vettel comes to the line and goes up to P10 on a 136.6 on the prototype tyre. So let me just update that. He's now 3.5 seconds off the pace. And Russell down in now 11th place. I'll update the rest of the time that he is behind in a moment. As Alex Albon now on an outlap. Albon looked pretty good on what do you call it? On Thursday. His pace was actually pretty decent, and the Williams car, despite the brake fire, the rear brake fire of yesterday with Nicholas Latifi halfway through the morning session, Williams have actually looked pretty decent. I'm not sure I would say they are really, prominent midfield contenders, but I think they're definitely midfield team this season. And they've got an interesting design as well to the Williams team. And it is great to see that, by the way, with this new set of regs, that all the teams have gone for something different. When look at 2019, obviously there was a slight aero change to that, and it was basically everyone went for the same thing. I think maybe except for Ferrari and Alfa Romeo in terms of the front wing design. And then 2017, of course, we had a few new regs when it came to the aero. And, I mean, there wasn't really that much difference with that in terms of concept. It is, like I said, great to see these big differences, because at the end of the day, one of them is going to prove to be the winning formula. And then what we're going to see is the other teams attempt to copy, which, of course, back in 2009, which is probably the most comparable to this season in terms of the dramatic change in regulations. Of course, that year, we had a similar situation where everyone went for a different design and different formula. And then in the end, it proved that the double diffuser on the Brawn was the way to go. And then F1 tried to get a double diffuser on their car. But in the end, because the Brawn already had it integrated, all the other teams were playing catch-up and could never really catch up, which possibly we'll see this season. As something actually flew up from the back of Albon's car there, I think, as he was doing a run, as Andrew Shovlin, who's one of the engineers or engineering director for Mercedes, of course. Talking of Brawn, he was Jenson Button's race engineer back in 2009. Nice to see him still going strong. He's been in Formula 1 for what? 20 years, I think, if not longer. As we're now seeing Russell just slowly go down the pit straight. But I'll update quickly what his official time is in terms of the gap behind Perez at the very front. And yeah, hopefully we'll see Alex Albon go for a timed run in a moment. As the Alfa Romeo is closely following the Mercedes. Right, let me just look at the chat. See what you guys are saying. By the way, cheers for the nice comments about my football club. Blade asks, what do you think the Q3 lap times will be in Bahrain? Nib says, would be surprised if they dipped into 29s. They're definitely slower than last year's cars. There's no doubt about it. I think they'll get there in terms of getting quicker than last year's times. Probably by the end of the season, they'll be bang on with the lap times of last year, if not quicker. I'd probably say, yeah, it'll probably be the 130s, probably, for a pole position time. Maybe, if Ferrari are really that good, maybe they could get into a 1 minute 29, but I think most likely it'll be a 130 point something. And then you'll probably have the rear of the field on, 133 something. Yeah, probably 2.5, 3 seconds, I'd say, covering the field. Anton asks, Chaz, do you think Mercedes are actually struggling with their car? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I absolutely do. You can just see it on track. It doesn't look comfortable. It looks exactly like last year, where, if you remember back to last year, Red Bull, their car looked very smooth and it was quick. It was clearly a quick car. The Mercedes, though, looked out of sorts. It didn't look comfortable. It was locking up quite a bit, and it didn't look like a stable car. And even though they won the first race last season, they definitely were slower than Red Bull. There is no doubt about it. And they didn't really get their car to the point where it was quicker than the Red Bull until about a month later at the Portuguese Grand Prix. But then about a month after that, Red Bull were then again quicker than Mercedes, because I think Red Bull then bolted on their one and only big upgrade really for the season. And I think it is similar to last season. I don't think Mercedes are going to be, like Ferrari in 2020 or anything like that. I don't think they're that bad. But I think they're definitely, at the moment, I mean, there's no way you can sit here and say they have the best car. There's absolutely no way that Mercedes have the best car on the grid. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to win races this season. I still think they'll win races this season because the two drivers they have are very, very good. And I think Mercedes will improve their car as the season goes on. In terms of the championship, honestly, it's very hard to say as virtual safety car comes out just to test out, I think, the virtual safety car systems, whether the dashboards on the driver for the drivers, whether it's picking up the message. Yeah, in terms of the championship, it's hard to say right now because I really want to see really what happens in this afternoon session to see where people are in respective to each other, because I think you will probably see in this afternoon session in about an hour and a half it'll probably start to get very interesting, where we'll get drivers out there on soft tyres on lower fuel starting to really see where they're at pace-wise compared to the others. And until we see those good lap times and we also come to the end of testing and look at the overall best times for each team and what tyre it was done on, we can't really say at the moment until that point, I think, what it's looking like championship-wise. I think at the moment we could probably give a good we could probably have a good idea at the moment of what it's going to look like in a week's time in Bahrain in terms of the pecking order. But like I said, for the championship, I don't think we can really have any thoughts on that right now because it's still pretty hard to predict. As the virtual safety car actually came out to remove that piece of debris that came out from the back of Albon's car. But from what I've seen so far of the Mercedes car, I think Mercedes will win races this season. I don't think it will be that many. I don't think it's going to be 10 or more. It may be 7 or 8 race wins. We'll have to see. But I don't think they're going to win, 10 or more races or anything like that and be a dominant force in 2022. I think they will definitely... I think next weekend in Bahrain will be a tough race. I think they'll struggle to win, to be honest, next weekend. Saudi Arabia probably as well. They'll struggle a bit. And then after that, once we get to Melbourne and then Imola in April, we'll have to see how it looks. Whether Mercedes have improved their problems on the rear end, whether the porpoising has improved. But for the first 2 races, I think Mercedes will probably struggle to win those races and will probably be more so contending to just get on the podium, I think. And if you're looking at really who's going to win the first 2 races, I think you'd have to look at really 3 drivers. Charles Leclerc, Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen at the moment. But, when it comes to Mercedes, let's see if they can prove us wrong. Maybe they do have the pace. We'll see in the final 3.5 hours of this test. As Alex Albon is out on the soft compound tyres on another outlap. Hopefully we'll get a fastish run. Of course, Latifi pretty much was doing a race sim in the morning. So they've done a lot of that race sim work, really. As he kind of slowly tours around. Why do most cars bounce when they're on the straight? That's the porpoising that we're talking about. It's caused by the, the ground effect and all that. Rahul, how is Ferrari doing? How good do they look? Very good. They look very good at the moment. I think, again, like I said earlier, if you're going to look at one team to be the favourites to win next weekend, I would have to say Ferrari and have to say Charles Leclerc. But I'm still not sure they are going to be, winning the championship. I don't think they have a clearly dominant gap pace-wise over the rest of the field. I don't think that is really the case at the moment. But they are looking very good. They're definitely a front-running team. There's no doubt about it. They are no longer in the midfield. As Alex Albon now begins this lap, and he's done his first sector time. 0.7 of a second down on Perez through the first sector. And now into the middle sector. And how does it handle at turn 10? Looks absolutely fine. Actually, very, very good. Does the Williams car. A very nice, nimble-looking car, this Williams. Wings it into turn 11. Very easy to run wide of that corner. And this isn't really the quickest lap, to be honest, on this compound, the C4 compound. He's 2.5 seconds down after the first 2 sectors. So he's probably going to go 8th or 9th with this time, as Lando Norris is on an outlap. He's back out on track, as we've got 3.5 hours to go in testing. And Albon, through turn 14 and 15, will come to the line and go into 10th place, actually, in the Williams. So I'll just quickly update that. Alex Albon up to P10. I'll just quickly do the lap times as well. And he is, 3.2 seconds down on Sergio Perez. So even though, like I said, he was on a soft compound tyre, it definitely was not a representative run on that compound. And let me just complete the final couple lap times. And do Bottas as well. Or actually do Schumacher, rather, as well. 7 seconds off it's Mick Schumacher, as we're just seeing a replay of the different cars and the I think the different designs around the side pod in terms of wings and stuff. By the way, the Mercedes car, if you're wondering about the legality, the Mercedes car is fine. It's not going to come under any legal scrutiny. Especially considering they don't have the best car. I mean, that's the thing in Formula 1. You can bring parts that may be questionable or maybe not legal, but if they don't make you, abnormally quick, then no one's going to really care. So there you go. As now we're looking at Lando Norris in the McLaren. Even though he's on the soft compound tyre, he's actually touring quite slowly in his McLaren. Hopefully, we'll get to see more of that McLaren doing some faster runs later. Let's look at some other comments in the chat. Blade says, I get the feeling it'll be a 3-way fight on the constructor side of things. Merc, Ferrari and Red Bull, all faster than each other at different tracks. Yeah, I mostly agree. Yeah, it's hard to say, to be honest, at the moment. What tracks, of course, they'll be faster around and all of that, but I kind of agree with your line of thinking, or, the direction you're heading in with that line of thinking. I will say, though, don't count out McLaren, because I think McLaren do have a very quick car as well, and I think they are a dark horse. I think what you'll see from McLaren this season is maybe the same as last season, where we get some races where McLaren, get into that fight with the top 3 teams. And maybe McLaren will win another race or 2. Of course, when we came away from the Barcelona test, the top 2 teams were touted as Ferrari and McLaren. Even though I don't think it was Ferrari and McLaren as the best teams coming out of that test. I thought, honestly, it was Ferrari and Red Bull. But, yeah, I think McLaren, they've got a good car, so don't count them out. Plus 2 very good drivers. Let's see if there's any other comments here. Kalpesh says, being a Tifosi, I just hope Mercedes' no side pod gimmick fucks up their expectations and the car just shuts off during races due to overheating. Hope they are not sandbagging. Well, according to Red Bull, they are. They're running in a lower engine mode. But yeah, at the end of the day, when it comes to that side pod design, it's yet to be proven it actually works in terms of giving them the speed to win, win races and be right up there as competitive as they have been in the last few years. Yet to be proven that it actually works. And like I said a moment ago, at the end of the day, a funky new design in terms of its legality, people aren't really going to worry about it if it doesn't actually make your car any quicker. So we'll see, how it works for them. But at the moment, it doesn't look all too special. As we're now looking, funnily enough, at Russell in the Mercedes, who is currently going through turn 1 and turn 2 on the hard compound tyre. This looks to be a bit of a push lap. Got to say, the Mercedes on board does look pretty nice. He's now through turn 4. Front end hooks in nicely. But again, slight kick of oversteer on the exit of that corner that we've seen a lot of through the test. Car looks fine through turn 6 and 7. Now into turn 8. Oh, lots of understeer in turn 8. Nice exit though. And now into turn 9 and turn 10. And again, slight bit of understeer as he now heads up to turn 11. Currently on track, Fernando Alonso, thankfully, has joined the circuit. Alex Albon as Russell understeers massively at turn 11. Alonso, Albon, Russell and Mick Schumacher are the cars on track right now. As I don't think Russell will improve on his previous best time because his car is understeering into Saudi Arabia at this point. As he now heads into the final corner, porpoises into the final corner. And, final corner, he looks pretty good. But I don't think this will be an improved time. And, was it improved time? I'm not sure. It was close to being an improved time. If it was, I'll quickly update it in a moment. But yeah, Russell definitely not pushing as of yet in the Silver Arrow Mercedes. Of course, back to their Silver Arrow colours, I guess you could say. After being the black colour for a couple years. Even though the black livery, I have to say, looked pretty nice. As Alex Albon has just gone up to 8th place in the Williams on a 36.0. So he is, 2.9 seconds down, I think, with that time. And he's a replay of Russell at turn 11, and yeah, just understeered. And probably carried a tad too much entry speed into the corner as he continues on his race run on the C2 hard compound tyre. By the way, when it comes to tyres, reminder, next weekend, Pirelli are bringing the 3 hardest compounds for the Grand Prix. The C1, the C2 and the C3. So, important to remember that. I think for the second race, they're bringing the C4, C3 and C2. And then for the Australian Grand Prix, very interestingly, they're bringing the C2, C3 and the C5 compound. If you remember back to 2018, they kind of did that, where they would bring 2 compounds and then a 2-step softer compound or a 2-step harder compound. That's what they're doing for Australia. So it'll be interesting to see what the teams decide to do on tyre choice, especially for the race that weekend in Melbourne. Be great. Be great to go back to Melbourne for a Grand Prix. Of course, it's been 3 years since the last Australian Grand Prix. And Russell then just came back into the pits. I'm just going to quickly, just going to quickly try and confirm the gap that Albon is behind Sergio Perez as Russell will do another practice start at the exit of the pit lane. Albon 2.8 down on Perez. Let me just do the rest as well. This Stroll 2.9 down. Of course, he ran in the morning, and Lewis Hamilton ran in the morning as well, 3.1 down. And yeah, the rest as it was, or as it is. Hopefully this man on screen, on my broadcast, will be coming out soon. Still isn't out on track, is Max Verstappen. As here is the pink Alpine. I wish they'd keep this livery for the whole season because it looks better than the livery they're going to have for the majority of the season. This pink livery is actually the livery they're going to have for the first 2 races. And it does look, for me, definitely better than the blue and pink. And he's on the medium compound tyres, Fernando Alonso. And looks as though he's on a race run because he's not opening DRS. But Alpine are showing some decent pace now once the reliability issues have been got on, or more so got on top of. So there is some decent pace in this Alpine, but it has been a tough pre-season test here in Bahrain, and also what was in Barcelona. You know, Barcelona weren't allowed to open the DRS because of an issue. They had a hydraulic issue on the final day, which caused Alonso to break down. They did really no running at all on day 1 of this test compared to the others. And then day 2 did quite a bit of running, but Ocon, of course, had a breakdown towards the end of day 2. So hopefully today they can get through the whole day without having to stop out on track as Alonso continues on his way. The Alpine looks pretty decent grip-wise on that medium compound tyre so far on this lap. And the only other cars on track at the moment is Russell and Schumacher, as Alonso will come round to complete his lap. It's obviously going to be slower than his best lap so far, which is 2.2 seconds off the pace. His current one is 6.5 seconds off the pace. By the way, this team on my screen, AlphaTauri, this is also a team that I am looking forward to seeing more of on the lower fuel running, because on day 1, Gasly did a 33.9 on the C5 compound and actually looked pretty good. Did the AlphaTauri grip-wise? It really looked like it was hooked up nicely to this track. Very similar to last year where they, really shone well. But since then, they've not done any lower fuel running. And of course, with it being 2 days since then, since they did that lower fuel running, the track is in much better condition. So it will be interesting to see how quick they really are once they start to push things again. Hopefully, they start to push things again. As, I can't remember who's in the car this afternoon for the AlphaTauri team. Let me just actually look who's in the car for the afternoon, whether it's Gasly the whole day or Tsunoda. It's probably going to be Tsunoda if I'm being honest. Let me have a look to see who is in the car. Yeah, can't see. Let me look at the AlphaTauri Twitter. That'll help. As Sebastian Vettel back out on track on the medium compound tyre. And yeah, it's Tsunoda, I think, that's going to be in the car this afternoon. There you go. Sebastian Vettel kind of warms up on his current lap. Hopefully we'll do a bit of a quicker run, as he has the Ukrainian flag on his helmet. Sebastian, of course, always takes great care in what he decides to wear on his helmet. As yeah, we're now seeing Yuki Tsunoda, who is kind of getting ready, if not, is probably ready, to be honest, to get into the AlphaTauri car. And the AlphaTauri looks nearly ready. They're just fixing or fiddling around with something on the floor of his car. As Sebastian Vettel opens DRS down to turn 1. And let's see if this will be a faster run for him. The Aston Martin not bouncing and porpoising as much as it was on day one, where the Aston Martin looked, quite frankly, undrivable at times. And now Vettel up to turn 4. DRS open. Of course, 3 DRS zones around this track, which of course aids the overtaking. Car looked actually pretty decent through turn 4. And he's only 0.4 of a second down on Perez after the first sector. How's it handled in turn 8? Again, still understeer through turn 8. That corner just isn't a good corner for them. Down to turn 9 and 10. He almost locked up then. And then opens the DRS, heading towards turn 11. Been a mostly good lap so far for the 4 times world champion. And gets through turn 11 nicely enough. Very hard to tell really how they're getting through turn 11. The cars when it's off board. In terms of, are they hitting the apex? He definitely hit the apex over turn 13. And that was a nice run through turn 13. As this will be an improved lap for him. This will probably put him 4th or 5th. Will this lap for Sebastian Vettel on the medium. And get through the final corner nice enough. Opens DRS. And Vettel goes 3rd. 1.7 seconds down. So good run, Sebastian. But still, you can kind of tell that the Aston Martin isn't quite handling as best as it could. So Vettel up to 3rd. We update the lap times quickly. So he is 1.7 seconds down. He's only 0.03 of a second ahead of Pierre Gasly, who of course ran in the morning. And let me just do the rest. As we're looking at Alex Albon back out on track. And Albon on a set of medium compound tyres. Yeah, we'll see what he does. Just looking to see the rest of the timings. If I can get it right. The Latifi, 2.5 seconds down. Yeah, let me just fix this quick. I think now that is pretty much correct, is it? No, not quite, because Russell has gone quite a bit quicker than his previous best, but he is still in the same position as Alex Albon goes, or is going on this lap quicker than his previous best. Kalpesh, just finished with Drive to Survive Season 4. Do you really feel that Haas gave different specification cars to Mick and Nikita? What is your opinion? I don't watch Drive to Survive, to be honest. I watched Season 1 and a bit of Season 2, but I'm not really interested in it anymore. But I did hear about, Nikita Mazepin's father thought that the cars were different and threatened to pull sponsorship if something wasn't done. What it's called is Nikita Mazepin is shit. That's what it's called. And he should stop crying like a baby. That's what it's called. Mick Schumacher is easily better than Nikita Mazepin. Also, Mazepin is not exactly the best human being in the world. But thankfully, we won't ever have to speak of or hear from Mazepin again in regards to Formula 1. As Russell into final corner on his another lap on his race run, and he does a 137.1, I think. Oh no, 136.9 does Russell. As Valtteri Bottas, I've just seen, has improved his time. He is still 6.3 seconds down. As we've got Mick Schumacher and Fernando Alonso on an outlap. Lando Norris also on circuit. Norris on the soft compound tyre, but he's not on an outlap. So don't quite know what he's doing, to be honest, as they're just showing a slow-mo close-up of him bouncing along the ground. Showing the ground effect working. And Norris, I think he's just doing an aero test, really. As we'll see, hopefully, some more action in just a moment, as we're almost an hour through the final afternoon session. And there's a replay of him just turning extremely to the left, which I think is just testing something out on the car rather than it being an issue. As Sebastian Vettel continues on the medium compound tyre, and Norris just being passed by the Haas of Mick Schumacher and someone else, the Mercedes of Russell. And will we see anything here from Norris, or will he probably just come back into the pits? Yeah, come back into the pits. And so will the Mercedes of George Russell as well. Hopefully, Russell will be going back into the garage and then coming back out on some softer tyres and lower fuel, as also Norris comes back in. And the only cars on track right now, Vettel, Alonso, Bottas and Schumacher. Alonso on an outlap. We'll see hopefully something from him in a moment. As Lando Norris wheeled now back in to the pits. And they now remove his tyres, and he'll probably get back out soon enough. Just showing up there up close on the TV broadcast is his brakes, which of course have caused him and the team trouble. And now we're looking at Mick Schumacher on the medium compound tyre. Looks as though he's pushing a bit harder. Whether he'll go any quicker than his 7.5 seconds down, we'll have to see. As, yeah, this will be a quicker time, I think, for Mick, as long as he doesn't mess up the final corner. And he will come to the line and do a 1:37 something. And it's a, 1:37.8 for Mick Schumacher, which puts him up 13th place. Still, though, 4.7 seconds down. Hopefully we'll see Haas do that quick running that they did after the session finished yesterday, but actually do it at the same time as the other teams to get more of a understanding of where they actually are. There you go. So with almost an hour gone in this session, as Charles Leclerc, well, still no sign of him on track. I'll have a look in a moment to see whether he's got an issue or whatever. The order at the moment, still Perez, Guan Yu Zhou, Vettel, Gasly, Sainz, Alonso, Norris, Latifi, Albon, Stroll. That is your top 10. And then the rest of the order, Hamilton, Russell, Schumacher, Magnussen, and Valtteri Bottas. Yeah, I'll just quickly have a look on Twitter to see if Ferrari have any issues, as we're just looking at the Alfa Romeo Valtteri Bottas, who continues on in his race run. And nope, can't see anything at the moment. Let's have a further look. Automotor Sport reports that Aston Martin is happy with how testing went Andy Stevenson apparently has said, we went for a completely different course than usual this year. The main thing for us was to understand the car, and I think we understood it well. We know how to have the porpoising and how to turn it off. This should allow us to find the best compromise in the setup to get rid of it and not lose too much speed. I mean, that still doesn't mean they're going to be, you know, quick or anything. I still don't think they have that quick of a car in comparison to last season, to be honest. We'll be fighting pretty much at the same part of the grid. Will Aston Martin. Yeah, no news at the moment as to what Ferrari are doing, whether Ferrari have got an issue. Max Wheatley asks, do you think the Haas is going to be good this season? From what I've seen so far, I'd say no. It'll be closer to the front of the field. It won't be as dramatically slow as it was last season, but it will be probably them and Alfa Romeo contending for who the worst team in F1 is, or, you know, contending not to be the worst team in F1. Yeah, they'll be better, but they're not going to be... I don't think they'll be good enough to be good, if you know what I mean. I mean, hopefully they can get back to that, you know, good level, considering that they've got two good drivers at the team, and two drivers who I think deserve to be fighting, you know, in the midfield and fighting for points, because they both are quick and they both have absolute clear talent. As George Russell now out on track on a set of medium compound tyres, and looks as though he's pushing quite a bit harder than he was previously. And now heads up to turn number 4. And Russell, let's see what he does for the first sector time. And it is, well, 0.7 of a second down on Perez. Of course, he won't be pushing as hard as he will do later on, as of yet. But nice to see them pushing a bit harder. As Russell now into turn 9 and 10. And opens the DRS. Got through turn 9 and 10 just about fine. And now into turn 11. Will he understeer again? Nope, makes it better this time. Uses as much of the exit curb as you can get away with. And is about 1.6 seconds down on this lap so far. As Russell now heads down to the final corner. Looks as though Max Verstappen is ready now to come out on track, which is good to see. As Russell heads to the line, currently in P12, now in P7 on a 1:35.3 on the medium compound tyre. That's still, what, 2.2 seconds down is that particular time, so still nowhere near representative running. But he is, and Mercedes are getting closer to showing more of their hand. We just do the rest of the times quickly before anyone goes any quicker. So I think we're looking at Williams. Yes, we are, of Alex Albon, who it looks as though he's pushing on quite a bit in the Williams on the medium compound tyre with DRS wide open down to turn 11. And yeah, he's on a timed run. Has not improved his first sector. We'll see how he does for the middle sector. It is still slower, so Albon don't think we'll be going any quicker on this lap than he did previously. As he heads now down to turn 14. And car looks good through there. I have to say the Williams car has always looked very good through that final corner. And he actually does improve his time. Very good final sector. And he goes up to 8th place as Alex Albon. And it's a replay of Albon at turn 13. Got the car into the apex nicely enough. Slight oversteer on exit, but to be honest, that's to be kind of expected at that corner. And yep, Max Verstappen is now on circuit for the first time today with 3 hours to go of pre-season testing. Let me just update Albon and his gap. The rest. There you go. I think that's correct. Albon up to P8. There is Christian Horner and Jonathan Wheatley on the Red Bull pit wall. Max Verstappen out, by the way, on the hard compound tyres. So I don't think you're going to see a quick run or anything like that. As also Yuki Tsunoda joins us for the first time. And now Verstappen heads into the back straight, and he's now just warming his tyres up towards the end of this outlap. I'll try and let you guys know in a moment what tyre Yuki Tsunoda is on, as Max Verstappen is now looks as though they're going to push on this hard compound tyre as he now heads down the pit straight down to turn 1. And turn 1 looks okay. Can't really see great from that angle. And yet doing fine on this lap. Now up to turn 4 with the DRS wide open. And car goes in nice enough. Looks very good on the rear end. And he is only 4 tenths down on Perez after that first sector. Into turn 8. Had to have a second correction on the wheel there to get the car in. As here is Verstappen now into turn 10. And now opens the DRS yet again. Does car number 1. 1, of course, for world champion. And we'll see what his middle sector time looks like. This is actually a pretty decent lap for Verstappen. He's 1.5 seconds down on Perez, of course, his teammate who ran earlier. Slight hesitation on the exit of turn 13. Now into turn 14. And Verstappen now heads to the line, opens the DRS, and goes up to 6th place. A decent first lap for Max Verstappen. So let me just update that. Is 1.8 seconds, I think, down on his teammate. Of course, his teammate did his time in the morning, probably on lower fuel, on the C4 compound of tyre, which should be at least a second per lap quicker than the C2 compound. Right. Let me just update the order. As we're seeing Yuki Tsunoda, who's also on his first time lap on the hard compound tyre as well. Let me just update the rest of these cars. And I'll let you know in a moment what Tsunoda is doing for time as he comes into the final corner now. And to the line. And, well, only goes up to 14th place, 4.5 seconds down. Does Yuki Tsunoda, as Russell improves again on his lap. Let me just update Tsunoda up to 14th place. And Tsunoda on a 137.7, I think, was that lap. He's 4.6 seconds down. And then we've got Mick Schumacher, Valtteri Bottas. Oh no, not Valtteri Bottas, Kevin Magnussen then, of course, from earlier. Then Valtteri Bottas. I'll update, by the way, I think now what Russell, what he's on time-wise. He is 2 point... where is he? Oh, he's actually gone ahead of Fernando Alonso. Update that quick. Russell up to P7. So there you go. As talking of Fernando Alonso, he's back out on track on a set of hard compound tyres. We've also got Vettel and Verstappen on an outlap. The only car to join the track is Charles Leclerc. Ricciardo obviously is not going to be running because he has COVID, and Esteban Ocon is not in the car today. It's all Fernando Alonso in that Alpine. So we await to see the Scarlet Red Ferrari. A car that quite possibly is the car to beat in 2022. As Verstappen continues on his outlap. We're now looking at Sebastian Vettel, who I said a moment ago is on an outlap. And he is back out on the medium compound tyre. Of course, he's sat in third place at the moment, 1.7 seconds off the pace. Let's see if he goes for another run. Yes, he is. Of course, did his best time so far on the medium, so we'll see how much better he can do. Into turn one he goes. Locks up heavily the inside front and goes very wide. So this lap is blown, I'm afraid. As Verstappen is back out, I think, on another outlap. And Russell is also on an outlap. Hopefully Russell on a softer compound of tyre. And here's the replay of Vettel. Locked up just before he started to turn in. And no way. He was going to get the car back online, or to keep it in line. So he had to go wide. Thus, the lap is blown. And here is Verstappen now, who looks as though he's pushing on again on the hard compound tyre. He's done an improved or a personal best first sector. Not the greatest run, I don't think, through turn 8. As goes through turn 10 nicely enough. Now we'll get a good slipstream for Sebastian Vettel ahead. Only a minor slipstream though, as Vettel gets out of the way. And Verstappen now into turn 11. Slight understeer, but gets away with it. Now into the fast turn 12. And Max is 1.5 seconds down on this lap. Not sure if he'll improve on this lap. We'll have to see. He comes into the final corner. Light understeer, but he just about gets away with it. Wasn't the best run though through the final corner. Comes to the line, and he does not improve his time. Goes about 1/10 of a second slower than what do you call it, that he did previously. Charles Leclerc though, in the Ferrari, is out on track. He's done his first sector. He's on the hard compound tyre. And he's now into sector 2. Opens the DRS as he continues the run into turn 11. We haven't seen the Ferrari really once this whole test have any issues, have any, understeer, oversteer, whatever you want to call it, it has looked a very good car so far. As he continues now on his run down to the final corner. This won't be that quick of a lap. Probably will put him in 14th place, I'd imagine. All runs a slight bit wide at the final corner. But comes to the line and actually goes 16th on a 137.9. Does the Monegasque. So there you go. And I'll just update that gap for you. Yeah, he's 4.8 down on Sergio Perez from earlier on. As Sebastian Vettel on another lap, but I don't think this is an improvement for Seb. And comes to the line, and no, he goes about a 10th slower than his personal best time. Alex Albon, though, currently in 9th place, is on a personal best lap as long as he doesn't fuck up the final corner. And he does not, gets through that final corner really nicely, does the Williams of Albon. Now to the line and goes up to P7 on a 1:35.1. So he's, about 2 seconds now off the pace. Let me just update the lap times for the others. There you go. That should be correct, and it is. As Max Verstappen now being wheeled back in to the pits. He did come out briefly on the soft tyre, but I don't think it was for an actual run or anything. As Mick Schumacher now comes back out on an outlap. Cars on track right now are Vettel, Albon, Russell, Alonso, Schumacher, and Valtteri Bottas. Those are the cars currently on circuit. As Mick Schumacher, we're just seeing, is pushing on. And is now into the final corner. He's on the medium compound tyre. He's on an outlap. So we'll see if he continues pushing on the pit straight. And, he's not opened the DRS, so this won't be a quicker lap for him. Really, I'd say, honestly, when we're looking at, improved times and lower fuel and softer tyres, really, I'd say in about an hour's time, I think we'll start to see, the teams get in there. I mean, obviously the sun is still out. It's still clearly daylight at the Sakhir International Circuit. And, of course, next weekend, in the representative sessions, or, the sessions that matter, qualifying on the race, they take place in the dark. Well, not literally, with the floodlights on. So you're not going to see the teams, I think, really start to push things as Leclerc goes up to 14th now on a 37.0. I think still on the hard compound tyre. You're not going to see them push things until later on, I think, because, again, track condition improves as, gets cooler around this track. When it's hot, overly hot, it is pretty hard to set, good times and optimize the car fully pace-wise. So, we'll get there. As Mick Schumacher is on an improved run on this lap, despite not opening the DRS down the pit straight. So let's see what his time is as he comes to the line. And only puts him up to 15th place. So, Leclerc up to 14th, Schumacher up to 15th. As Mick continues on. Most amount of laps completed today. Looks as though the AlphaTauri is a contender for that. Only got a quick glimpse, though, of the timings there. But Leclerc currently 3.9 seconds down on Perez. We're not seeing any lap time data for him at the moment, so it's hard to say, what he's doing, whether he's improving or not. There you go. And he comes back into the pits. Hopefully when he comes back out, he will come back out on a softer compound of tyre. As he comes back into the Ferrari pits. And now we switch back to Valtteri Bottas, who's been pretty much out on track since the beginning of the session. He's been out for an hour and 15 minutes, pretty much. So this is a proper race run, because a race around Bahrain, you're looking at, an hour and 25 to an hour and 35 minutes. So he'll be pretty skinny on fuel now with Bottas, but that will not be a good moment for him. Understeering like a supermarket trolley at turn 8. But yeah, he'll be getting skinnier on fuel now, I think. He won't, though. He won't, though, be improving his time. And yeah, the Alfa Romeo, when you look at it on board, it just doesn't look like a good car. It does look heavy, like people have said. And just overall looks like a... Not like a... It's hard to say, really, with Alfa Romeo. It's not a bad-looking car. Like, it's not locking up left, right, and centre. It's not the Haas car of last season, but it just looks slow. That's just how, the best way of describing it, pretty much. As on track right now, Sebastian Vettel, Fernando Alonso, Mick Schumacher, and Valtteri Bottas. As Vettel on a bit of a long run at the moment. Hopefully we'll get Verstappen and Russell and Leclerc back out on track soon enough. As Vettel has only been doing 6 laps on the C3 tyre. As his current pace is a 135.2, which is only half a second slower than what his personal best is. So he's not really slow, but he's not really going any quicker, of course. Bastian, of course, hoping that he will, with this team, be able to get back into a position where he could become a 5-time world champion. And the 5th world champion, of course, will be always, whether he wins another one and gets the 5th or not, it'll always be the elusive one to him. Of course, had great chances in 2017 and 2018 to win the world championship. Cracked under pressure against Lewis Hamilton. And, not just Sebastian, but the Ferrari team did at the time as well. Thus why the wait goes on for Sebastian to become a 5-time world champion. As someone came out of the pits then. Can't see who it is. Oh, it's Lando Norris in the McLaren. Hopefully on a softer tyre. And he's on the soft compound tyre. Hopefully, though, he's actually going to do a lap time rather than just an aero test. As he's now turn 4 on his out lap also. Max Verstappen and Yuki Tsunoda are on an out lap. So hopefully we'll get some action between those 3 on the timesheet. As Norris just tours around slowly. Well, not too slow, to be honest, on that compound. As he's not too far behind on track, the Alfa Romeo Valtteri Bottas. So I think just going through turn 11. And Norris hopefully we'll go for a lap here. When I know what tyre Max Verstappen is on, I'll let you guys know. As Norris heads now down to the final corner, and we'll see what his intentions are. As Max Verstappen currently at turn 8 on his outlap. And Norris will do a lap. Does he open DRS? No, he doesn't. And actually tours pretty slowly down the pit straight. So, obviously doing more tests. Which is, of course, boring as fuck. As Max Verstappen is just going through turn 11 on his outlap. Hopefully, we can cut to Verstappen to see. And just as I say that, they do. And he's on the hard compound tyre. As we're seeing Rachel Brooks at the same time of Sky F1 interviewing Andreas Seidel, who of course is the team principal of the McLaren team, as Max Verstappen begins another lap, opens the DRS down to turn 1. We'll see if he can improve on his time that he has done so far. As Max through turn 1 and 2. And now opens DRS again. And 4, front end goes in nicely. Again, the rear end pretty stable on this Red Bull car. But he doesn't do a personal best first sector, but it's not far off a personal best first sector. Car looks very good. Through turn 6 and 7, slight oversteer on entry to turn 8. Caused him to go a bit wider than he would have wanted. Now into turn 10. And Verstappen continuing on nicely on this particular lap. Verstappen now through turn 11 and into turn 12. Let's see what his middle sector time's looking like. And again, he's not, you know, going massively slower than his previous personal best. But it's not going to be a personal best lap by the look of it. As Yuki Tsunoda actually does improve quite a bit and goes up to P10, I think, in the Alpha Tauri. The Tsunoda improving his time. Don't know what tyre he was on. As Verstappen improves his time up to 3rd place. So, Max having a very good final sector in the Red Bull. As Perez talking with Jonathan Wheatley there. Pat Simmons, of course, ex-Renault engineer / technical guy, talking with the Red Bull team boss. Let me just update some of the lap times here. So Max only 1.3 seconds down on his teammate Perez. Which, I mean, to be honest, if you're comparing fuel loads, I'd probably say Max is not too far off what Perez was on earlier. Because, again, Max was on the C2, Perez was on the C4, and there should be about a second per lap difference between the two tyres. So, yeah, not too bad of a lap time there for Max Verstappen. And let me just complete the rest of these drivers. And yes, Tsunoda is E10 and he is 2.2 seconds off the pace. Complete the rest quickly before we get on to anything else. And we're currently looking at the Mercedes of George Russell, who is on a better lap on the medium compound tyre. Let's see how much better this lap will be as he now heads down to turn 11. And car looks okay so far. Into turn 12 and 13. And continues to set personal best sectors. So it'll probably go... it'll definitely go ahead of Albon on this lap. Maybe up to, I don't know, 5th or 6th place. Will Russell, as he porpoises quite a bit into the final corner. And now to the line he comes. And he actually only goes P7. Only 2 tenths of a second quicker on that particular lap compared to the previous best. Not that great of a final sector for Russell. So he is 2 seconds down along with Alex Albon. Alex Albon, who is now back out on track on an outlap. We have Leclerc also on an outlap. We'll see what tyres he's on in a moment. Russell, Albon, Alonso, Tsunoda and Leclerc are the ones on track currently. No, Nib, you've not really missed anything at all. And we're just currently on the TV broadcast looking at Max Verstappen in his Red Bull. The only thing missing is tyres. Now, we look at Charles Leclerc back out on the hard compound tyre. Will he push for a lap? Let's see. Well, I think he opened the DRS a bit too early there, because I don't think that's where the activation point is. And Leclerc brakes hard, turns in, turn 1. Car looks absolutely fine. Oh, slight instability through turn 2. Rear end wasn't complying completely. Now to turn 4. And Leclerc looking okay so far. Does a personal best first sector, but it is 1 second down on Perez. So he'll have probably quite a bit of fuel on board the Ferrari. As we're, 2.5 hours to go until the end of pre-season testing. By the way, a reminder, I'll be live later tonight at 8 PM UK time to review pre-season testing. We'll go over all the teams and how they've done in testing. We'll also go through all of the best lap times from each team and what tyre they were done on. Because, of course, that will give us a great indicator as to what the pace is looking like for 2022. Or at least what the pace is looking like for the Bahrain Grand Prix next weekend. So, yeah, make sure to come along to that later on, 8 PM UK time, to review testing. And if you want to find out what I have to say, find out what I think the pecking order is, then you can find out later. Charles Leclerc about to set a personal best lap and goes 13th on the hard compound tyre. Leclerc up to P13 on a he's 2.5 now seconds down. That pushes Stroll and Hamilton now down the order. As now George Russell back out on track on an outlap. Only Russell, Alonso, Tsunoda and Leclerc on circuit right now. Russell back out on another set of medium compound tyres. Russell bounces his way on this outlap into turn 9 and 10. By the way, as well, reminder, if you have any questions you want to ask about, how the cars are, or just anything in general, or you want to post any comments, make sure to do so in the comments section down below even, or, in the live chat right now. Like I said before, even though I am watching the session, it doesn't mean I, can't have a look occasionally to see what you guys are asking or, talking about in the chat room. So if you want to, ask anything or anything like that, then make sure to do so. Russell is just coming through the penultimate corner. Sebastian Vettel is on an outlap. And Max Verstappen is now going to come out on a softer tyre. He will come out on the medium compound tyre. So he's done a 1:34.4, which is 1.3 seconds down on his teammate on the hard tyre. So if he's on a similar fuel load, he should really be going, half second quicker. As Russell, on a new lap, comes up to turn 4. Let's see how it's handling at the moment. Goes in nicely and looks actually pretty good that time through turn 4. But does not improve on his first sector. Turn 8, he turns into. Car looks pretty good that time through turn 8. On the front and rear end. Turn 9 and 10, a corner where Mercedes looked as though they were struggling quite a bit at on day 1. Gets through that nicely as he now is into turn 11 and gets through it nice enough. Charles Leclerc also on a lap, and he is on an improved lap on the hard compound tyre. Russell has done a personal best middle sector, so this might be an improvement on position. We'll have to see. He's only a couple tenths down on Carlos Sainz ahead. Leclerc, though, on his lap, has not done a personal best middle sector. As Russell, does he improve his time? No, he goes only, I think, a couple hundredths of a second slower. Here comes Charles Leclerc on the hard compound tyre to the line. And Leclerc goes up to 9th on a 1:35.3. So Leclerc in 9th place. We'll see in a moment what Max Verstappen does. Let me just see what time Leclerc did. As a Sebastian Vettel on improved time. Let me just update these quickly before it all changes around again. And Sebastian Vettel, by the way, has gone up to 3rd on an improved lap on the medium compound tyre. You just get Latifi and his lap times correct, as Max Verstappen has done a purple first sector on the medium compound tyre. That is very impressive. And Vettel now within a second of Perez, and Max Verstappen does a purple middle sector as well. Here we go. This is a proper flying lap. He'll be on quite lower fuel now. We're going that much quicker than Perez on a harder compound tyre. As Max Verstappen into the final corner. Let's see what he does. He'll get a slight slipstream ahead, will he? Not quite. Opens the DRS, and Max Verstappen goes P1 on a 1:32.6 on the medium compound tyre. That now gets some other rivals of Red Bull now concerned, because that is a real turn of pace to be doing a 32.6 on that tyre. That is some impressive pace from Max Verstappen, especially when you consider that his teammate Perez, 4.5 tenths down, did it his time on a softer tyre. So there you go. That is, I think, as close at the moment as an indication as to what Red Bull's pace is. If he was on the C4, he'd probably go. He'd probably do a low 1:32, to be honest. Let me update then now that he's done the quickest time. The rest of the times, because of course they've all changed around. So Vettel now 1.3 seconds down. And doing Gasly and Sainz, who of course not in the car. George Russell, by the way, is back out on track on an outlap. They're just showing now, I think, a lap recap. So I'll just hold off on updating the rest of the times for the moment. But yeah, a 32.6 by Max Verstappen. That is the quickest time we've seen so far in testing in Bahrain. And what do you call it? If you compare that to the other best times, which are done on the soft compound tyre, it really does show, like I said, that time from Max Verstappen is a very, very impressive lap time. It really, really is. Right. Let me try and update the rest of the lap times quickly. If I can get it correct. Oh no, they've hidden it again to show the amount of laps done. The most amount of laps in terms of per team looks to be Alfa Romeo, I think, at the moment, as Russell starts a new lap on the medium compound tyre. Will he respond to Max Verstappen, or will he just continue doing his little program? We'll see. As Russell now climbs up to turn 4. And it is certainly a climb. And not the greatest grip through turn 4 for the Mercedes that occasion. And yeah, he's not improving on this time. Let me just try and get these lap times correct. If I can. Yeah, let's just get these all correct for you guys. So George Russell, who is currently on a lap, but doesn't look as though he's going to be improving this lap, is 2.4 or pretty much 2.5 seconds down on Max Verstappen. He has done a personal best middle sector, but it's yet to be seen whether he will actually improve on this lap. We'll have to see in a moment. He comes through the final corner, does Russell? And Russell does not improve his time. He goes, I think, a couple tenths of a second slower than his personal best. Just improving, or not improving, updating the rest of the times. Lewis Hamilton, 3.5 seconds down. Of course, he did the race running pretty much in the morning. Oh, wrong number there. 758. And let's do the final two. Magnussen and Bottas. Of course, Valtteri Bottas. Continuing on what seems to be a very long race sim, as he is 6 seconds off the pace. And there you go. That is the now correct, I'm pretty sure, the correct order and lap times. As Valtteri Bottas continues on this lap, now heading into turn 9 and 10, as he's going to encounter a slow car here of Sebastian Vettel, who is on an outlap. The cars currently on track are Vettel, Russell, Leclerc, Alonso and Bottas. Vettel, Leclerc and Alonso are on outlaps, hopefully on a softer tyre. But yeah, Max Verstappen, 132.6. If you compare that to Ferrari's best time of testing so far, which is a 33.5 on the soft compound tyre, either Ferrari have a lot more to show and have been sandbagging quite heavily in this pre-season test, or the Red Bull is actually really, really quick. We'll see, hopefully, in the final 2 hours and 20 minutes. As Adrian Newey, of course, the chief designer of the Red Bull, just looking over the car, making sure it's all as he wanted it to be. As now we're looking at Sebastian Vettel, who, by the look of it, is on another flying lap on the medium compound tyre as the sun begins to get into its setting phase in Sakhir, Bahrain. And Vettel, let's see what his first sector time is like. It is half a second down on Max Verstappen. I don't really know, though, if it's close to being his personal best. So we'll see, I guess, on the rest of this lap. Well, we won't, because the Aston Martin, yet again, for must be the millionth time in this pre-season test, understeers quite heavily at turn 8. So he'll continue on, but he probably won't improve this lap as he throws his car into turn 11 and 12. And yeah, he's not improving on this lap at the moment. So we'll see what the others can do. Charles Leclerc and Fernando Alonso and their Ferrari and Alpine cars, respectively, they're on laps right now. I don't know if they're doing a proper quick lap or they're just doing a race run as Vettel comes to the line and yeah, he goes about 6 tenths. Actually, no, probably about 5.5 tenths slower than his personal best lap. They've really got to, fix that car when it comes to that corner. The amount of times that the Aston Martin is understeering that corner is, well, quite dramatic. As Vettel, yeah, just a replay, and it's nothing that the drivers are doing. It's just they brake for the corner, they try to turn in, and the car just wanders wide. As Charles Leclerc goes 5th on a 1:34.0 on the medium compound tyre. Same tyre as Max Verstappen. But yeah, he's still not pushing anywhere near as hard as Verstappen was in the Red Bull. So Leclerc is up to 5th. And he's 1.4 seconds down. Let me just finish up rest here. As Russell is currently on a outlap. And once he finishes his outlap, he's on the soft compound tyre, by the way, which is good to see, because I think we might get closer now to the Mercedes starting to push. Once he finishes this outlap, I'll update what his gap is. As he comes towards the end of that lap, as Sebastian Vettel comes back into the pits for Aston Martin. What does Russell do? Will he do a lap? Yes, he will. He will now begin a lap. Opens the DRS on the C4 compound tyre. And can he go any quicker than he is at the moment, which is 2.5 seconds down on Max Verstappen? Russell into turn 1. Front end looks very nice through turn 1. Car looks fine enough through turn 2 and 3. And now DRS wide open up to turn 4. Front end not absolutely bang on, but good enough. And he is, well, 0.6 of a second down in the first sector, so clearly isn't going, and he understeers quite a bit at turn 8. He isn't really pushing, or at least the car isn't in a low fuel or higher engine mode setting at the moment, because he should be a lot quicker on that tyre compared to Max Verstappen. But it is a personal best so far for Russell. Car looks pretty good through turn 11. And now into turn 12 and 13. How's he doing on sector times? He's only 1.2 seconds down. This will probably put him into 5th or 6th place, this particular lap. As Russell now through the final corner and up to the line. And George Russell goes 6th on a 134.2. And I'll just quickly update that time. So he's now 1.5 seconds behind Verstappen. But clearly, nowhere near the limit as of yet is Mercedes and Russell, as a load of the mechanics stood in front of the Red Bull. Looks as though the Red Bull is pretty much getting ready to come out on track, hopefully, on a softer compound tyre. I mean, the time he's done so far on a 32.6 on the medium compound, until Mercedes or whoever, do a similar field run, then you have to say that is a very, very, very impressive time from Max Verstappen and Red Bull. As Russell doing a slow cool-down lap, will probably come back into the pits as Valtteri Bottas finally comes back into the pits after a very long race run for him. And the only cars on track right now are Russell and Alonso, as we're not far away from the darkness descending. In about an hour's time will be sunset at the track. So we're not far away from those optimal conditions for the cars. As Russell just slowly touring in. Hopefully we'll see Max Verstappen out on track soon. As Russell, pretty sure will come back in, and he does. As Valtteri Bottas is back out on track on an outlap. And yeah, Max Verstappen back out on track on an outlap, and so is Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin. I'll let you know what tyres are on in just a moment, as Russell looks as though he is going to do a practice start at the exit of the pit lane. And yeah, they're just showing him on screen doing that practice start. Of course, that's the advantage of, testing at the circuit. You're going to race that for the first race in a week's time, is you can get great data on pretty much everything. More so data than you would get normally. Here's a replay of the porpoising of the Mercedes down the pit straight. Yeah. Let's now have a look at Max Verstappen and what tyre is he on. He is on the medium compound tyre. Of course, though, he did do his the best time in testing so far a moment ago on that tyre, so he may improve again as Charles Leclerc joins the track on an outlap. We've got Verstappen, Vettel, Leclerc, Russell, Alonso, and Mick Schumacher on track. All of them but Alonso on an outlap. As here is Alonso, who's been on a race run, and he's just understeered off the track at turn 11, but got back on nicely enough. But yeah, we'll see what Max Verstappen can do on another run of the C3, whether he can or will improve again. And here we go. Down to turn 1, Verstappen, another attempt at a quick lap. And into turn 1. Slight bump over the curb, but he gets through it fine. The Red Bull looks absolutely fine through turn 1, 2, and 3. Now into turn 4. And Verstappen is only a 1/10 of a second slower than his personal best first sector. Like I've said previous times, though, the first sector, not the most important sector of this circuit. The middle sector is that one, so he may still go quicker. Into turn 9 and 10. Car looks pretty good through there. I mean, if the Red Bull, like the that article we read earlier, the Red Bull does have understeer problems. It's not massive because the car still looks pretty good. And the front end still goes in pretty nicely. So it's not a massive issue at the moment. As Verstappen, still a 10th, or now he's 2/10 down on this lap compared to his previous best. So he probably is not going to go any quicker unless he has an amazing final sector. As Sebastian Vettel is on the C4 soft compound tyre and is improving on this lap. Verstappen, yeah, 2/10 slower on that lap. Vettel, though, is about to finish his lap as Vettel comes into the final sector. As Russell, also on the soft compound tyres, done a personal best first sector. And Vettel goes third. Not a great lap, considering the compound he's on. There you go. Vettel up to third place and is 1.1 seconds down as Russell is about to finish his lap. Not done a personal best middle sector, though. So this might not be the biggest improvement in the world. No, he doesn't improve his lap. He goes about 1/10.5 slower than he did previously. Charles Leclerc, though, is out there on track. I don't know if he's on a quick lap or not. But he was out there. Here is Mick Schumacher, who, well, I think the front end of his car went in too well to turn 10 because he almost took out the bollard. As there's a car to the inside that pulls out of the way, which is a Red Bull of Max Verstappen. And now Mick understeers off the track at turn 11. And this lap is pretty much gone. He'll keep going, though, but he's not really... Well, he is actually improving on his previous best, but he could go, obviously, a lot quicker. And I don't know if the Red Bull distracted him, but I think simply he just carried too much speed into that corner for what the car is capable of. As Yuki Tsunoda is out on track on an outlap on the medium, as Mick Schumacher goes up to 15th with that time, and is now 3.4 seconds down on Max Verstappen at the front. As Yuki Tsunoda now begins timed run. Tsunoda hasn't really done a proper low fuel run yet. As Max Verstappen, by the way, is back out on track on another lap. Let's see what Tsunoda will do. As Charles Leclerc has done a personal best first sector on the medium compound tyre. And Tsunoda, the first sector is, well, he's not done a personal best. Leclerc, slight instability on the rear into turn 13, which caused a bit of a moment. But he has done a personal best first and second sector. I don't think, though, this will be really a massive improvement. Probably only a 10th or 2, if that. As he comes to the line now, Charles Leclerc, and does well, he doesn't improve. He actually goes almost a tenth of a second slower, and I think that moment at turn 13 was why. Tsunoda, let's see what he does for the middle sector. Currently 2.7 seconds down. And he does a personal best middle sector. So he keeps it all together. He should improve on his previous best lap time. Tsunoda now into the final corner. And light correction, but he gets through it just fine. That final corner. And Tsunoda goes 9th on a 1:34.9. So let me just update that. So he's 2.2 seconds now off the pace as Red Bull do a practice pit stop. And now I think we'll take him back into the garage. Yeah, let me just update a couple lap times. Here we go. So yes, Tsunoda up now to 9th place. Now we have what? Leclerc, Tsunoda, Alonso, and Schumacher on track. Now we have Nicholas Latifi on track. So yeah, Albon, got in a couple hours, and now Latifi, like the team said, is now going to get some extra time in the car. So Latifi is now out on track with just over 2 hours to go of pre-season testing as Mick Schumacher now on a new lap. He's done a personal best first sector. Hopefully doesn't go wide at turn 11 again. Gets through turn 10 just fine. DRS not open on this lap, so he's not... well, now it is. He opened it pretty late. Did Mick? Let's see what his middle sector time beam looks like. And it is a personal best. This will probably see him go up to 13th place if he keeps up this type of speed. As he comes into now the final corner. And final corner goes absolutely fine for Mick Schumacher. He'll get a slight slipstream of the car ahead, which I think is an Alpine or an AlphaTauri. And he actually goes up to 14th place, does Mick Schumacher. And he is now just 3 seconds off the pace. As we're now about halfway through the what do you call it? We're about halfway through this afternoon session. Rooks for the C3 Max just did his 132 will be the softest tyre available for next week. Am I correct? Yes, you are. The C3 will be the softest, or it will be the soft compound tyre next weekend. The C3, C2, and C1 are the compounds next weekend. As Tsunoda is on another lap. What happened to Ricciardo? Is he sick? Yeah, he has COVID. He tested positive yesterday. Tsunoda continues on his lap, but he's not on a personal best. But yeah, we're halfway through this afternoon session. Only 2 hours to go of pre-season testing before, of course, next weekend's 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix. Again, just want to let you guys know, if you are unsure of what my schedule is, I'll be live later tonight at 8 PM UK time to review pre-season testing overall, and pretty much the test in Bahrain, which I think is the all-important one, given the upgrades we've seen to the cars. So yeah, make sure to come along to that later tonight, 8 PM UK time, for the review of testing. We'll get into all the teams and how they got on, and we'll get into as well the best times for each team and what tyre it was done on, as of course that will give us a great indication as to where the teams probably are in the swing of things. So make sure to come along to that. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. or go to my channel page if you want to do it then. Whilst you're there, hit the notifications bell, smash the like button, and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And as well, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. And also, make sure to come around to the stream later, because towards the end of that stream, I'm going to show and reveal my schedule for content next week on the channel. It's safe to say I am going to be very busy. There is going to be a lot of content on the channel. You guys will not be disappointed. And you guys will have plenty to see from me next week, and probably the week after. The Saudi Arabian Grand Prix week and weekend, of course, as well. As now we're looking at Latifi, who's still on an outlap, and I think now he's going for a maybe a timed run as a Latifi on the C3, which was the tyre that he's done his personal best time on from the morning session. But the grip of the track now will be probably better, and the track condition, of course, will be a much better condition in terms of temperature. So he should be able to go a bit quicker. As we've got Valtteri Bottas on an outlap. And can't quite see if there's anyone else on a lap. Just showing a replay of Tsunoda grinding on the floor whilst driving his car, heading towards turn 13. And we are looking at the Alfa Romeo of Valtteri Bottas, who is on the medium compound tyre by the looks of it. Bottas done a lot of laps so far in this afternoon session. Hopefully, he'll do now some quick laps for us. As he continues on. And so on the TV broadcast, we're actually showing a side-by-side. They're showing another video of the exact changes to the 2022 regulations. As Bottas continues on this outlap. The best time he's done so far, of course, is 6.1 seconds off the pace. That was done on the prototype tyre. As now Valtteri Bottas comes into the final corner, but it looks as though he's coming just straight back in to the pits for Alfa Romeo. Hopefully, because I did say in about an hour ago, I did say in about an hour we'd see probably some softer tyres out there and lower fuel running. And hopefully we are not too far away, as Sebastian Vettel and Lando Norris are on outlap. I'm hoping McLaren actually, try and push a bit harder, do a bit of a quicker lap, because all they've done so far in this session is aero tests by the look of it. As Bottas just doing a practice start on the exit of the pit lane. And he continues on his way. The McLaren is actually up ahead, and we're now looking at it. I don't think, though, Norris is on a quick lap or anything. Don't know what tyre he's on. It's actually on the medium compound tyre. Is Lando Norris as he passes the Aston Martin Sebastian Vettel, who gets out of his way. Vettel, I think, is still on an outlap. Norris, I don't think, is anymore. So we'll see what he does Lando Norris with this drive as just seen actually, Nibba's just sent me a message on Discord. An announcement that you guys I think will be interested in. So Alpine have announced, this is what they say on Twitter, in the spirit of offering maximum racing opportunities to our stable of young talent, we have agreed that McLaren may call upon Alpine team reserve driver Oscar Piastri in the event one of their drivers is unable to race. So, if Daniel Ricciardo can't race next weekend, then we will see Oscar Piastri make his Formula One debut. That would be Norris and Piastri at McLaren. That would be certainly interesting. Also, wouldn't be great for Ricciardo. I mean, not just because he'd be missing, what do you call it? Him missing a Grand Prix. But if Piastri gets in the car and does even better than Ricciardo could possibly do, then that's going to make things pretty tough for McLaren in terms of, what do they do? Yeah, there you go. Oscar Piastri. If McLaren need a driver, then Oscar will be in the car for McLaren. As currently on track, we have Sebastian Vettel, Yuki Tsunoda, Lando Norris, Nicholas Latifi, and Valtteri Bottas. Vettel on another outlap, as Bottas, by the looks of it, is just on another race run on the medium compound this time. I mean, we know Alfa Romeo are a boring team as well. I say that he does go quicker than his previous lap, but he's still 5.5 seconds down. I mean, I know Alfa Romeo are a boring team. Doesn't mean they have to live up to it in testing. But yeah, let's update the timings. So now, like I said, 5.6 seconds off the pace, with just under 2 hours now to go in pre-season testing, as we are looking at Sebastian Vettel on the medium compound tyre. It looks as though he's, he's on an outlap, but I'm not sure what he's going to do because he keeps coming back into the pits. Does Sebastian Vettel? And we'll see what Seb does as he's now heading down to the final corner. And he turns in. Will he go for a proper lap? As Vettel, no, doesn't open the DRS, so he's not going for a proper lap. He's just probably just doing a quick few laps on that tyre. And, currently 1.1 seconds down with his best time on the C4 compound tyre. Hopefully, not too long until we see the Red Bull, the Ferrari, and the Mercedes back out on the track for some soft tyre running. They've been in the pits quite a while. Of those teams. Sebastian, thankfully, gets to turn 8 that time without understeering off the edge of a cliff. As he continues on. And talking of Charles Leclerc, he is now back out on track on an outlap. So we'll see what tyre he's on in just a moment. As Vettel continues on his way. Hard to say at the moment where Aston Martin are, to be honest. I think if we saw, say, AlphaTauri push a bit harder, than they have been in the last day or two and kind of do what they did at the end of day one, then it would be great to see, because it would give us a good indication as to where Aston Martin are and Alpine are. Because I did say at the end of day one that I thought Alpine, or not Alpine, I thought AlphaTauri were quicker than Aston Martin and Alpine. So, yeah, it's hard to say, like I said, exactly where Aston Martin are. I mean, the lap time they've done today, the best lap today of Sebastian Vettel, a 1:33.8 on the C4 compound. That is the best lap time they've done in testing so far, which is, I think, a tenth of a second quicker than Gasly did in the AlphaTauri on day one on the C5 compound. But we have to remember that the track was definitely nowhere near as grippy as it was, as it is now for Gasly. So we'll have to see with AlphaTauri. With Charles Leclerc, though, I think we're about to really get going here, because Leclerc is out on a set of soft tyres. Let's see whether this will be a proper quick lap. Opens the DRS and now heads down the pit straight. And brakes hard now. And not seeing at the moment any data in terms of his lap time currently. Hopefully we'll see what his sector time is looking like in comparison to Max Verstappen. Oh, rear end really stepped out there on the exit turn 4. Nice car control, though, from Leclerc. Very nice car control. Now into turn 8. And gets through turn 8 absolutely brilliantly. Car looks absolutely great through there. Now into turn 9 and 10. Car looks good through there. Now heading down the third and final DRS straight off the lap into turn 11. And front end goes in very nicely. Nowhere near going off the track on the exit. The front and rear of this car really does look nice, as Leclerc 4 tenths down on Verstappen after the first 2 sectors, despite being on a softer tyre, which is interesting. As Leclerc now bombs down the final corner and opens the DRS after he gets through the final corner fine enough, comes to the line and goes second, but is 4 tenths of a second down on Max Verstappen. So either Ferrari is still not pushing quite hard as of yet, maybe in this session, or that time from Verstappen was actually really, really good. Because I was expecting a quicker lap, put it that way. So, there you go. Claire updated now, 4 tenths behind, 0.420 behind. Make of that what you will. As Valtteri Bottas here is right up behind Lando Norris. Probably going to make a move on Norris down to turn 1. Will we see another piece of racing? Let's see. As Bottas, yeah, down the inside of the McLaren. And Fernando Alonso, by the way, is coming back out on track, I think, in a few moments' time. As Bottas, for some reason, is defending his position on the inside. Or I don't know why. Honestly, I don't know what he was doing. Bottas. I mean, we saw in the last couple of days, them, was it Stroll and Alonso, and was it yesterday? It was Sainz and Verstappen, but I think that was a bit over dramatic from Valtteri Bottas. As Bottas continues on his way, and what's happened here? Mick Schumacher I think has spun out of the final corner because there's a massive cloud of dust behind him. No, red flag. Do we really need a red flag for this? He's still going. Yeah, I don't know why whoever put the red flag out is an absolute idiot. Because there's no need for a red flag. All it needed there was a yellow flag. Yeah, that was stupid as hell from whoever put the red flag out. Because it's pretty clear what he did. He spun. It wasn't an engine blow up or anything like that. He spun out of the final corner. That's what all the smoke was in the background. But they've thrown the red flag out for no reason. And yet, spun. He's got 2 trigger happy on the throttle. Locked all of his tyres, and now that's what caused all of the smoke. And the reason he spun is because he was about to start a lap. So the tyres obviously were cold as well. And yeah, that's probably cold tyres that caused that, along with the trigger happiness possibly on the throttle. So all the cars will now return to the pit lane, which is annoying actually, because Max Verstappen had just come out on track. Yeah, that has to be the most pointless red flag in racing history for a spin. Just cover it under a yellow flag for Christ's sake. Anyway, we continue on as Verstappen had come back out on a set of mediums, so who knows what he would have done in comparison to his current fastest lap. That time, though, from Charles Leclerc, despite I think maybe Ferrari could go quicker, session, by the way, is going to resume literally in probably 30 seconds' time. So Max might as well just go to the exit of the pit lane and wait. That is Ferrari's quickest time of the Bahrain test so far from Leclerc of a 1:33.0. So, despite it maybe not being as quick as he can go, it is the quickest time of what Ferrari have done so far in testing. As Fernando Alonso just getting his gloves on, getting ready to get back out there. And I think Valtteri Bottas, I think the session is back underway now. Valtteri Bottas, I think, is back out on the track to continue his never-ending race simulation. There's a few people on the Haas pit wall. Thankfully, Mick didn't hit anything. And yeah, they've got the car back in the garage. As well, actually, Bottas is not out on track. He's still in the pit, so I don't know why it said that he's out on track. Don't quite know what the FOM system is on about there. And just a further replay of Mick spinning out the final corner on the cold tyres, just lighting up the rear end. Those tyres won't be used anymore because, of course, there'll be massive flat spots through those. As now back out on track is Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin on his medium compound tyre. As we're getting close to sunset in Bahrain, probably another half an hour, and the sun would have gone down. The gigantic sun here in the Middle East. As Vettel cracks on with his program, and hopefully he'll be joined by a few other drivers in a moment. Nice helmet cam, or nice driver cam, I guess you could say, are currently showing. Robert saying bloody Massey, of course. He's not in F1 anymore, thankfully. Let me just check Twitter to see if there's any new news. Carlos Sainz has said that he's in the renewal phase with Ferrari and that there has been progress. He doesn't know when the announcement will arrive. If there's anything else I can find. According to GPS data of Mercedes and Red Bull, according to GPS data from Mercedes, Red Bull have found some lap time with their new upgrade, and apparently the car is better in slow corners now, which is exactly what the Red Bull wanted with the upgrade. To be honest, with the lap times we've seen so far from the Red Bull today, they definitely look as though they've benefited from that upgrade, because the 32.6 on the medium compound tyre is a very good lap time, and possibly upsets what maybe some people thought the order may be. As also Matteo Binotto believes that the first race will be decided more by reliability than speed. Everything will depend on how much porpoising and bouncing you allow. More is faster, but more strenuous than the material. I don't really agree with that. I mean, it will be an issue, and it definitely will play a factor for sure. There's no doubt about that. The porpoising. But at the end of the day, speed is speed, and yes, the more you allow will, allow you to be quicker and that. But at the end of the day, like I said, speed is speed, and it's the pace of the car is not all just coming, from the ground. So yeah, as Charles Leclerc, who's as we know is in second place, is back out on track on an outlap. So is, thankfully, George Russell in the Mercedes, who has been in the pits for quite a while, about 35-40 minutes. Sebastian Vettel continues on his run plan. Fernando Alonso looks as though he's going to come back out on track soon. The fastest time from Alpine so far in this test is a 1:34.2 from Esteban Ocon in the morning session of yesterday, which is a okay, decent time, I'd say. Really. As now we are looking at Russell in the Mercedes on the soft compound tyre. So let's see if Russell is going to get up there with Verstappen and Leclerc. Porpoises down the pit straight. And into turn one we go. And the car looks pretty good through there. And yeah, car looks pretty good actually through turn 1, 2, and 3. Turn 4 has been a bit of a tricky corner though, so we'll see what it looks like here. Front end goes in fine. Rear end actually looks pretty good that time. But he is quite a bit slower than Verstappen that time around through the first sector, and is actually slower than his personal best. So this isn't going to be much of anything really from Russell. Be interesting to see what Leclerc's doing and what tyre he's on, and whether he's going to try and improve again. And Leclerc is also on the soft compound tyre. And Leclerc's yet to complete the first sector, so we'll see the first sector time in a few seconds' time. And Leclerc has done a good first sector. He's only a tenth of a second down on Max Verstappen in sector 1. As Russell, by the way, he has done a personal best middle sector as he bounces a lot into that final corner. And now Russell comes to the line and should improve on this time. And he does, but it's, well, he stays in the same position. Does Russell. He's now 1.3 seconds down. As Leclerc into the middle sector. Now a tenth, almost a tenth and a half up on Verstappen. Purple middle sector for Charles Leclerc, we're about to see the quickest time, I think, of testing so far. As Leclerc throws it into the final corner. Car looks very good in that final corner. No instability or anything like that. Comes to the line and goes quickest at a 1:32.4. So Charles Leclerc goes to the top of the timesheets. Still, though, I would have expected a quicker time, given that Max did his time on the medium. Only 0.2 difference between the two. That is a bit surprising. I would have expected an extra 2 or 3 tenths really from the Ferrari in comparison to the Red Bull, as Alonso is on an improved lap in the Alpine, and he's on the medium compound. Just updating all of the times at the moment in terms of what lap time everyone is on. As Fernando Alonso, I might as well wait a moment because Alonso looks as though he's going to put his car up possibly in the top 6-7 of the field, as Fernando Alonso now into the final corner. Car looks fine. And up to the line, Fernando Alonso goes 6th in the Alpine. Alonso up to P6. That's a pretty decent time, actually, for Alonso. I don't know what the lap time was, Alonso. It's not updated. That Alonso's in 6th place, annoyingly. So, unfortunately, we'll have to wait to update this order. But I'm pretty sure he went up to 6th place. As I think they're just showing a lap recap of Charles Leclerc, who is now quickest on a... it's not a 1:32.6. It's actually a 1:32. I think 4:15 is the lap time. Yeah, that's the quickest time Ferrari have done in testing so far. The only other time, say from another day that was, the quickest was Sainz yesterday to the 33.5. So definitely Ferrari pushing a lot harder. 1.1 seconds quicker than yesterday. Let me just check if the F1 website has the timing correct for Alonso, because I'm pretty sure he went up to 6th place and F1 just haven't updated it on the TV broadcast. Yeah, they've updated it on the app. Let me just update now. You know what? Alonso's lap was actually pretty good. He's only 1.5 seconds down on Leclerc on the medium. I mean, it's not, it's nothing special, but it's a decent lap that from Alonso. Right. Just get this all correct. Russell is, as by the way, Yuki Tsunoda out on the soft compound tyre. So we'll see, hopefully, in a moment what he has to offer. Just going to do the top 10 quickly. As Tsunoda currently 2.5 seconds down on Charles Leclerc. Tsunoda has not done a personal best first sector though, so maybe he's not quite pushing as hard as I was hoping as of yet. Just do the rest. Hopefully again, Lando Norris, who's down in 12th. Hopefully, actually no, Mick Schumacher is in 12th place. I'll update that position in just a moment. But yeah, with Lando Norris, hopefully we will actually see him out on track doing a quick run. Because, like I said, I do think the McLaren, as a Tsunoda comes to the line and doesn't go any quicker, goes about 0.4 seconds slower. Just Sonoda. Yeah, like I was saying, I think the McLaren absolutely has more pace than it's shown so far. As Russell has done a personal best first sector on the soft compound. Let me just update the final couple here. Lap times. There you go. Update. Mick Schumacher is now up to 12th place. As now, George Russell is continuing on this lap. He's not done a personal best middle sector, though. So we'll see where this puts him as he bounces again a lot, coming down to the final corner. Pretty much the usual occurrence now with the Mercedes as he comes to the line and doesn't go any quicker. Goes about a tenth of a second almost slower. That is best lap time so far, as we have an hour and a half left of testing. Max Verstappen, who was quickest, is now back out on track on an outlap. I'll let you know what tyre he's on as soon as I know. And here he is, Max Verstappen, and he is on the medium compound tyre. Again, that was, of course, the tyre he's done his best time on so far, so doesn't mean he can't go any quicker or set a good time. Verstappen now comes through turn 4 on his outlap. I think that time for Max Verstappen, I mean, we've been coming into today, saying, oh, Ferrari, they look as though they have, a very good car and all of that. But after, Red Bull, they brought this upgrade. And with that lap time that Max Verstappen has done, they won 32.6. Red Bull look definitely stronger than they did yesterday. After that upgrade, they really, really do. And I don't think we can deny that. So, right now, honestly, unless I see more evidence from Ferrari or Mercedes or some other team that, that's not the case, I'd say right now it looks as though Red Bull might actually, with Verstappen, have a car quick enough to be right up there in a week's time, fighting for victory, just as much as he was this time last year. As Verstappen just warming his tyres up. We'll see what this lap brings him. And he comes back in to the pit lane. By the way, if you are watching the TV broadcast and you're wondering why I've got Alonso in 6th place, it's because he is actually in 6th place. The TV broadcast timing screen has it wrong. If you actually go to the F1 timing, live timing on their website, it has Alonso in 6th place. This one is actually, I think, more up to date than than this one on the TV broadcast. So yeah, Alonso is in 6th place. They'll probably update it in the next few minutes, hopefully. As Verstappen, just done a practice start, the exit of the pit lane, and he's back out on track. So is Nicholas Latifi on an outlap. Hopefully we'll see more pace from him before the end. And that's Verstappen, closely following an Aston Martin, Sebastian Vettel, which has been doing some long runs today. Or not today, but right now. And he's continuing on that vein of form, as Vettel will probably have to let Verstappen go here, because Verstappen is on, I think, lower fuel by the look of it. And, of course, the Red Bull is a faster car. And yeah, Max still in the slipstream. Actually, just going to quickly move away from the mic because my Skybox is about to go into standby mode. So I'm just going to quickly make sure it doesn't. And there you go. So only an hour and 25 to go in this session. And hopefully we'll see further improvement in lap time now from Max Verstappen. As there's a car quickly coming up behind him, so he's going to have to get on with his lap, and he does. And Verstappen now begins. And opens the DRS, does he? No, he does not. As he's got a Haas F1 car closely following him behind of Mick Schumacher. And Verstappen, yeah, not really doing a quick lap at the moment. Yeah, only cars on track right now. Verstappen, Vettel, Schumacher, Latifi, and Bottas. As Verstappen continues on his way, doesn't really look like he's pushing as hard as maybe he could, or as he was earlier. Verstappen slows down for the turn 10. Almost hairpinny-like corner, given how slow it is. And yeah, no new cars, unfortunately, coming out onto circuit. But given that it pretty much now we're in the part of the day where qualifying on the race will be taking place in, around 3 p.m. UK time-ish and 6 p.m. local time in Bahrain, you would, as Leclerc is got his DRS open, he's on another new lap by the looks of it. You'd think now you'd get the teams out there to get those lower fuel runs in. As Leclerc, I don't know if he's on the soft or if he's on the C5 soft. But he is pushing on this lap. It's Leclerc. Yeah, you'd think the teams would get out there, to be honest, to get these important laps in. As Leclerc has not improved his first sector. Let's see what he does for the middle sector. Turn 11 coming up. And looks very good, does the Ferrari in turn 11. Probably the best looking car in turn 11. And for the middle sector, he is up. So that's a purple middle sector. He does, though, run slightly wide on the exit of turn 13, the penultimate corner. And now into turn 14, the final corner. And Leclerc gets through that corner just fine. Comes to the line. Does he go any quicker? No, he lost, I think, probably that time in turn 13. Goes about 10th and a half slower than his previous best. But what's that? Is that the C5 he's on or the C4? It's difficult to see. It looks like it's the C5 that he's on. Which would be disappointing if he couldn't go any quicker, to be honest. On that tyre. As Sebastian Vettel comes back in to the pits for the Aston Martin team. So does Mick Schumacher, as they're doing some work on the Alpine around the left rear suspension / brakes. As Leclerc keeps pushing on. And again, the Ferrari does still look, aerodynamically speaking, sorry, aero speaking, they do look still pretty good, do the Ferrari team. I mean, like I said, through turn 11, they are definitely the best looking through there. So, still looks good, but I think Red Bull have definitely shown that they are absolutely here to play at the very top this season. As Leclerc continues on, will he come back into the pits or will he push on again? No, come back into the pits. Will Leclerc, as Russell is back out on track on an outlap. So is Yuki Tsunoda and also Sebastian Vettel. Leclerc comes back in and they'll wheel him back in to the garage. And hopefully he'll do probably another quick run or two before the end of the day. As in the background, behind Sebastian Vettel, coming towards turn 11, is Tsunoda and Russell. As Russell tries to go down the inside of Tsunoda. And I thought contact was going to be made there. Thankfully it wasn't, as Tsunoda is refusing to let Russell through. And they are both on the soft compound tyre, these two. As Russell now backs off to give himself some space, because he is now going to probably push on a lap. Hopefully it'll be a lap time that's in the ballpark of Leclerc and Verstappen. As yet, he now winds up to begin this lap. Opens the DRS and now porpoises like mad down to turn 1. As, they've now updated that Fernando Alonso is up to 6th. And they've also updated that Valtteri Bottas is in 13th place. So I will just update that. As Russell, let's see what he does with the first sector time beam first. Slight oversteer on exit turn 4. And he's only a 10th down on Leclerc in the first sector. So this is definitely a aggressive or aggressive-ish run from Mr. Saturday. Of course, on a Saturday, even though it might not be a Grand Prix weekend, it certainly is a day that belongs to him. As he continues on. Just going to update Valtteri Bottas and how he's looking in terms of his gap. Do that quickly. As Russell, almost 0.3 of a second down after the first 2 sectors. And the Mercedes, just not quick enough in comparison to the Ferrari at the moment. He'll probably go 3rd with this lap as Russell comes to the line and goes, 3rd and almost half a second down on the Ferrari car. And, just not as quick, I think you'd have to say. And Russell, 0.4 of a second behind. Pushes, of course, Sergio Perez down. I'll just update the other times quickly. And, Yuki Tsunoda has just jumped up to 5th place. Only a second off the pace. Didn't see that. Here's a replay of Nicholas Latifi locking his inside front on the hard compound tyre by the looks of it, and goes off the track, but he doesn't hit anything, thankfully. Not had the greatest test, Latifi. Just not had the running, really, as Nicholas. As Max Verstappen is now on a new lap by the looks of it. But let me just quickly update the rest of the times before they possibly change around again. And let me just check what Alonso his lap time was, because they've still got his lap time incorrect on the screen. As I can't see at the moment what Verstappen is doing in terms of his sector times, so sorry about that, but I can't really know at the moment. Do these final couple times, and Yep, still no data on what Max Verstappen is doing. Yeah, Yuki Tsunoda is now up to P5. About second off the pace. As Valtteri Bottas goes up to P12. Let me just update that. As Verstappen, we're seeing a helmet cam of him now. And does he improve his time? No, he does not. They're not quite on a quick run as of yet. Is Max Verstappen. As here's just a replay of the Mercedes bouncing up and down through turn 12, coming up to turn 13. As we're now looking again at the AlphaTauri of Tsunoda, and yeah, that lap is, I'd say, a decent lap from Tsunoda, from the AlphaTauri. Not a great lap, but decent enough. And I still think, in comparison to not Alfa Romeo, to Aston Martin and Alpine, they're still looking, to me, to be probably the best midfield team, of course, after the front four. I will say, though, Guan Yu Zhou's time of a 1:33.9, I think it is, that he did on the C4 compound, actually looks to be a pretty good time for the Alfa Romeo. That's their fastest time by far of the test so far. So yeah, Alfa Romeo looks as though they have quite a bit of pace in hand. Certainly compared to the Haas team. As Verstappen here just overtaking the Williams of Latifi down to turn 1. As Charles Leclerc, the current P1 man, is back out on track on an outlap. I'll let you know what tyre he's on as soon as I know. As Lando Norris, who's down in 14th place, is also back out on track as Valtteri Bottas comes back in to the pit lane. Quite a few cars on track now. 6 out of the, 10 cars. As Verstappen continues on kind of a mini long run. And heads down to turn 9 and 10. As Leclerc, we just saw go through turn 11. Don't know what tyre he's on. Lando Norris is coming towards us. And he's on the hard compound tyre, interestingly. McLaren, yet again, not enough running. They keep coming out for a lap or two and then keep coming back in the pit lane for a long time. So McLaren have got to, in this final hour, have got to get some running in, because they will look quite, on the back foot, reliability-wise, going into the first race if they don't get some running in. As Lando Norris looks as though he is on a lap now in the McLaren. Has he got DRS open or not? No, he does not. I mean, maybe he'll improve on his time. He is 3 seconds down on Charles Leclerc. And of course, we know the McLaren is quicker than that. Norris heads up towards turn 4. And yeah, hard to say, to be honest, what he's doing and whether he is improving. Don't think he really is pushing that hard, to be honest. As Mick Schumacher back out on track on an outlap. Leclerc, I think, has toured through the pits and come back out again. So we've got, 7 cars now on track. As Ross Brawn and Pat Simmons watching from a vantage point somewhere above the circuit. Of course, Ross Brawn and Pat Simmons are basically the two people who made these regulations. They're the ones who did the testing in the wind tunnel to test, what type of design or way of designing or making cars, F1 cars, will make for the best racing. So if it does turn out that we have cars that can properly follow, remember who you have to thank: Ross Brawn and Pat Simmons, two fantastic engineers. As Mick Schumacher looks as though he's on a faster lap, currently 13th, 3 seconds down. And yeah, on the medium compound tyre. As Schumacher continues on. I just want to see really what the front runners are doing at the moment. I mean, of course, the midfield runners, they are still of importance. They still are of interest, but it's really the front four we want to be looking at, isn't it? Mick Schumacher, though, he is on an improved lap. He's done a personal best first sector. Middle sector is 6.5 tenths down. That's actually pretty good. Middle sector for Mick Schumacher. Let's see what he does. In the final sector, on that medium compound tyre, remember, a compound harder than the one Ferrari are using. And Mick Schumacher comes to the line and goes 5th, only 7 tenths down. That's a really good lap time from Mick Schumacher. So let me just update that. Up to 5th place. I mean, of course, after testing finished yesterday, Magnussen did go up to P1, which I still think, I mean, they were doing a bit of a glory run and they would have had better conditions for that run. But I think that, right there, that run by Mick Schumacher shows that, no, there is some pace in the Haas car. That is a very good lap time for that tyre as well. A 1:33.7 easily. Is it easily the best time of the test so far? I mean, well, I guess you could maybe count the 1:33.2 that they did. Well, that is the best time, isn't it? That's a 33.1. So yeah, it is about a tenth of a second quicker. So yeah, that is a very good time from Mick Schumacher. Very good time. And that has definitely put the cat amongst the pigeons at the front, or towards the front of the field. Right. So, Mick, just 7 tenths of a second down. As Russell, it looks as though is on another lap on the soft compound tyre. We'll see what he can manage on this occasion. Just want to update the rest of the order with their lap times. They're correct, of course, lap times. As Russell backs off. I didn't see if he had an issue, because to be honest, I wasn't looking at, what he was doing. So let me just update the rest of this order for you guys. As is a replay, and yeah, exit of turn 2, bit of oversteer, and then backed off immediately. Bit surprising he decided to back off that quickly. Maybe he thought there was too much traffic as well. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know why he backed off, to be honest. He should have probably continued. Anyway, we continue on. Just update the final couple timings. And yeah, that should now be correct. So Mick Schumacher is 5th. Nibbler saying Aston Martin Deadhouse are going to be last. Yeah, they're going to be near, definitely near there. But yeah, with Haas F1 there, a 1:33.1 on the C3, that is a lap time not to be sniffed at. And that is going to definitely get people talking, because of course Haas F1, they've they haven't really put any development on their car before this season on their car since, 2019, really? So they have really, pushed this year to be the year where they get back to where they were. And that type of lap time, it does prove, possibly, that they are going to be back up there in some way. Or at least, a contender in the midfield. Whether it's just, fighting for a point or two, that would be, compared to what they've been like in the last 2 or 3 seasons, that would be, I think, good enough for the team. As Russell is now on another new attempt with just over an hour to go in testing. Let's see what his first sector time will be like. Turn 4 looks fine. The rear end, I will say, looks better today than it did previously, and he's only half a tenth slower than Charles Leclerc. Now into turn 8. Car looks very good through turn 8. And now down. Oh, a couple cars ahead. That might distract him. No, it doesn't. Thankfully, though, those cars will get out the way. The Haas and the AlphaTauri. As Russell now comes. Turn 11. And front end goes in nicely. And uses the rest of the track good as well. Let's see what his middle sector time beam is looking like. And it's not a personal best. But it is still within a couple tenths of Leclerc. He might improve on this lap. But it's not going to put him quickest. That is for sure. And Russell now heads to the line. What is his time? It is now about a tenth quicker than he went previously. But it is still keeping him in third position. So now he is 3.5 tenths behind Leclerc, but still, for Mercedes, you'd have to say disappointing because, of course, Ferrari are on the same compound of tyre, and Max is still quicker by a tenth on a harder compound of tyre. So still not looking good for the Mercedes team as we're looking at Tsunoda. So that's why there was trouble ahead. Tsunoda attempted to go into turn 10, knew he was going to go wide, so he did a full 360. And continued on his way. Now we're looking at Latifi and Vettel close on track. Vettel looks as though he's going to make a move on Latifi as he's holding him up a bit. Vettel is on the hard tyre, I think, or on the prototype tyre. I think he's on the prototype tyre. At the moment, it's Sebastian Vettel. And will Vettel go for the move? Yes, he does. Down the inside. And Latifi, will he attempt to respond? Don't think he will. He feigns to, but he's not going to. And there you go. So at the moment, we've got what, an hour to go in testing. You'd have to say, nearly all of the teams today have done a proper low fuel run and have done their fastest time of testing so far today. So of course, Ferrari have done a low fuel run. Red Bull, Mercedes now, McLaren haven't. Still waiting to see what McLaren do. I'm honestly, I'm not sure they will go for a low fuel run because of the reliability problems, but it'd be nice to see them go for a C4 compound low fuel run in the next hour. So yeah, they haven't done a run. Alpine, AlphaTauri, Aston Martin, Alfa Romeo earlier on with Guan Yu Zhou and Haas, I think have all pretty much done low fuel runs. So I think we are pretty much now getting a good idea of, where everyone is. And it's looking very interesting. It really is looking very, very interesting ahead of the new season. And I think we have I think in the midfield, we might actually have a very, very close field and a couple surprises, maybe even up top. It's so annoying that you're a whole lap ahead of me. Yeah. What was it? Lando Norris, who I was talking about a minute ago, we're just currently seeing him on track. And yeah, I think he's just doing a bit of a long run on the hard tyre as we enter now the final hour of play. And Norris continues on as Tsunoda comes back in to the pit lane. But yeah, I mean, I will, after this stream and session finishes, I will do my own calculations, I guess you could say, on, who I think is where, pace-wise. And yeah, it actually, compared to what I thought it was going to look like at this point, say yesterday, it actually looks a bit more interesting and quite exciting, possibly surprising. And I think definitely that lap time of Mick Schumacher makes it very exciting, because that, I'm telling you, that is a very good lap time in comparison to the Ferrari Red Bull Mercedes. To only be 7/10 off on a C3, that is a very good lap time from Mick. So, yeah, I think we are in for a very interesting season. I mean, we knew that, of course, coming into the season, but I think especially now, given what we've seen today, I think we are in for a close season. I don't think we'll have anyone really, far away at the back or far away up front. I think it's just going to be one big fight all season throughout the entire field, which is exactly what we want. Nib says, must say, I think if this was last season and Merc had 3 weeks before the first race, they are coming out with the fastest car. But with it being next week, I think they will probably be behind Red Bull and Ferrari. Yeah, I think even though they brought this upgrade and all of that, I think Mercedes have admitted everyone's pretty much on the same line of thinking that Mercedes just right now are just not quick, or as quick as as we would expect. I know people out there might say, well, it's Mercedes, they might turn up and get pole by 0.8 of a second like they did in Melbourne like 3 or 4 years ago. I don't see that happening. I really don't see that happening. I mean, this track historically has not been the best for them in the last few years. They've had a few races here where they've not been the quickest. And was it 3 of the last 5 Bahrain Grand Prix they've not won? I mean, if you include the Sakhir Grand Prix, then that's 4 of the last 6 races here in Bahrain they've not won. It's not always been a great track for them. We'll have to see, I reckon, once we get to May and, the Miami Grand Prix, then, of course, the race in Spain and Monaco, they'll probably bring an upgrade, some sort of upgrade to the Imola race, but I reckon you'll probably see the big upgrades coming around May or June. I reckon by then, if Mercedes are going to improve to the point of them being, back to title contenders again, then you'll probably see it then. But I think certainly for the first 2 races, Mercedes are not right up there. I think we've seen enough evidence of that over the 3 days of testing. Once they figure out the car, they will be fastest. I'm not going to go that far, Nib. That's a bit too doomer for me. And also, Nib just messaged me on Twitter. Chris Medland tweet. McLaren has signed Colton Herta to an F1 development deal, which will see him test a 2021 car for the team. So, well, if if they need him to race, they could, use him. But also, maybe a look to the future for McLaren. But at the moment, on track, 55 minutes or so, almost, rather, left of day 3. And we have Vettel, Bottas, Norris and Latifi on track. Who's done the most laps today? I think it would have to be Mercedes, who I think have done about 130 odd laps. How many have Alfa Romeo done? Actually, no, Alfa Romeo, they've done the most. They've done about 145, I think, laps. Alonso's done 104. Williams have done 121. AlphaTauri have done... AlphaTauri have done 130, I think. As here is Valtteri Bottas now on the medium compound tyre. And looks as though we're going to get now a fast lap from Alfa Romeo. Can they show, possibly, that they have a quick car for the season? As he turns in turn 8. Car actually looked pretty good through turn 8. Especially on the exit. Now to turn 9, 10. And front not really going in to the corner. And now builds up speed down to turn 11. Hopefully doesn't understeer wide like he did last time. And no, actually the front end was very well into the corner that time. What is his middle sector time looking like? He's only 3/4 of a second off Mick Schumacher. On the not Mick Schumacher, off Charles Leclerc. So Haas and Alfa Romeo, I mean, I've been saying, I think they're probably going to have the 2 slowest cars this season. They're showing me quite a bit different right now. They're showing some really good speed. And Valtteri Bottas now comes to the line and goes 6th. 8 tenths down on Leclerc. So there you go. Alfa Romeo and Haas, they're not the 2 slowest. They're probably the 2 quickest in the midfield. Oh my. So there you go. Bottas up to 6th place. And I'll just update the lap times there. But yeah, those 2 times from Haas and Alfa Romeo are impressive. Mostly because they're on the medium tyre. Like I said, that is an impressive time from both. As just a replay there of Norris awkwardly passing an AlphaTauri. As now we're looking at Fernando Alonso in the Alpine, who is on a quick lap. He's not improved his first sector. He's on the medium tyre C3 compound as well. See the glowing brakes as he goes through turn 8. And Alonso, he'll be hoping to put in a good lap as he opens DRS, I think. And chucks it into turn 11. Oh, oversteer on the exit. Lucky to keep hold of that. As Tsunoda is on a better lap and Alonso doesn't look as though he's going to be improving on this lap. Someone in chat just saying, I think Red Bull and Ferrari will be evenly matched. Honestly, at the moment, after the improvement we've seen from Red Bull after that upgrade, I'd have to agree. Looks as though they are kind of equal. As Alonso does not improve his time. Tsunoda, though, is on a much better lap. He's only 4.5 tenths down on Leclerc after the first 2 sectors. So before I update all of the rest of the times, let's wait to see what Yuki Tsunoda does. Where does he go? Oh, he goes so wide in the final corner, but he will probably improve his time. And he does. He goes up to 4th place. 6 tenths of a second down. But he could have been probably... Let's see. Did he really lose time in this final corner? No. He should probably have his time took away from him, to be honest, because he gained. He gained from what he did. I mean, he didn't do an improved final sector overall, but I think he still would have gained by that because he would have been able to get the throttle on earlier. Here is a replay of Lando Norris, probably locking up on the entry to the pit lane. Yeah, locking up both tyres, almost sped in the pit lane. Anyway, let's update these lap times. So, Tsunoda, 0.6 of a second down. And then, let me just do the rest. So we've got, 7 cars now within a second of the fastest time so far, which is, of course, great to see. Let me update all of these times quick, or it obviously changes around again. Got Alonso now down in P10. Of course, Alonso probably would have improved on that lap if he had not made a couple mistakes. Update these final few before I move on to anything else. And actually, no, I've I think got it all sorted now. As Max Verstappen has come back out onto track on a set of hard tyres, as we're now in the final 50 minutes of running in Bahrain. And yeah, Rook in chat just confirming that Tsunoda did a 33.0, only well, just under 0.6 of a second slower than Charles Leclerc. Verstappen, will he go for a quick lap here, or is he just doing a small little run? We'll have to see. No, he's not going to go for a proper run because he hasn't got the DRS open. As Ted Kravitz is currently interviewing Ferrari team boss Matteo Binotto around the back of the Ferrari garage. He's probably just talking about the master plan. And in all seriousness, he's probably just talking about how he thinks Red Bull are quicker than Ferrari. Because that's what teams pretty much do at this time. They deflect when you give them praise in testing because they don't want to be seen to have the best car just as of yet. AMUS reports that Red Bull are happy with the aero package. Helmut Marko is delighted and said, "We are at very least on par with Ferrari now," and I'd have to say I agree. Binotto apparently is saying it's difficult to judge at the moment, but I can say there will be 3 teams close together, and they are the favourites, we're the outsiders. I wouldn't quite say that, but yeah. Yeah, honestly, at the moment, unless Charles Leclerc shows any different in the final 45 minutes, or Mercedes or McLaren, I would say that Red Bull look, after this upgrade that they put on their car, they look as though they are favourites. Honestly, I know that might be a bit of a surprise to say, given I've been saying, I think Ferrari are probably the favourites going into the first race, but remember, I did say that before Red Bull's new upgrade, did its work or did its magic. And clearly, it's worked. Everyone has seen that clearly today, and it's even been said by the team itself that the upgrade has worked. So, yeah, Max Verstappen, the world champion, of course, he looks in a very good position to defend his crown this season, without doubt. His challenger in 2021, Lewis Hamilton, looks as though he'll be starting the season off on the back foot, and will probably be harder for Hamilton this season, given that he won't just have to worry about Verstappen, but he'll have to worry about Leclerc and Carlos Sainz and his teammate Russell. So this is going to be a tough season for Hamilton, and honestly, at this point, I would say if Hamilton wins his 8th World Championship, it's going to have to be Lewis at his best for pretty much the whole season, because they have one hell of a fight on their hands if they're going to win a 9th straight Constructors title, and if Lewis is going to win his 8th Drivers title. As Russell is back out on track, but he's on the prototype C2 compound. Charles Leclerc also on an outlap. So is Yuki Tsunoda, as Lando Norris continues on his race run. Good for McLaren to get some running in, but I would still like to see a nice quick lap. Russell's time was on C5s too. I don't think they were. Tsunoda's, I'm pretty sure, were not on the C5 because I saw them. On Autosport, yeah, it does say they're on the C5s. But then again, they've also got the lap time wrong on Russell. Well, maybe they're on the C5. That's even worse for Mercedes if they're on the C5. Because that means they're... I mean, the C5 is not that much, as I've said in the last couple of days. The C5 is not that much slower than the... So, right, yeah, Tsunoda's on the C5 now. So, it's the C5 is when it's the red, but it's not a complete red. It's like a spotty red on the tyre. Tsunoda's on another set of those. Yeah, that's even worse for Russell because the C5 is probably 2 or 3 tenths of a second slower than the C4. And of course, he's 3.5 tenths slower than Leclerc, who's on the C4. So, you know, he's at best half a second away from Leclerc. That is not good news, especially if you compare it as well to Verstappen, who's on the C3 and is 2 tenths quicker. Well, not 2 tenths quicker, a tenth quicker on a compound that should be probably 3/4 of a second slower than the one Russell was on. As Tsunoda, he's going to go off the track as he just about keeps it on, but this is a compromised run to a certain extent for Tsunoda. And yeah, kind of a compromised run. He's really on the ragged edge, is Tsunoda. Rear end all over the place. But he still pushes on. And into the final corner he comes. He really got through that corner well. And a really nice style there, using the curb very well on the exit. Doesn't go any quicker, but... I mean, the car looks lively, looks nice, but... Tsunoda just a couple times getting a bit too aggressive, I think, as we've got Leclerc and Bottas on an outlap right now. But, yeah, Mercedes at the moment are not looking good. There is no doubt about that. And especially if you compare, you know, Russell and Schumacher. Russell 4 tenths quicker, but Schumacher on a tyre probably 7 or 8 tenths slower than the Mercedes. So makes you think, doesn't it? You know, where will Mercedes be in next weekend's Grand Prix? I think they will probably be ahead of the midfield. I don't think they're going to be, you know, 5th or 6th quickest or anything like that. But the more you look at the times and hear the talk from the paddock and you see the car on track, it just doesn't look like Mercedes are really going to be contending. It really doesn't for this weekend's Grand Prix. Not this weekend, next weekend's Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc is on track on a set of medium compound tyres. I'd be surprised, to be honest, if he goes any quicker. As Valtteri Bottas is on a timed lap, and he's only 6 tenths of a second down on Leclerc, pretty much, for the lap so far. So if he keeps this up, he might go up ahead of Mick Schumacher up to 6th place. As Bottas now to the final corner. Of course, we know he's such a great driver over a single lap. Very good run through the final corner. And Bottas to the line. Goes 4th. The purple final sector. What a lap that is from Valtteri Bottas. Here we go. This is exactly what we want to see. So, let me just update his time there. As we're seeing Yuki Tsunoda going wide at turn 8. Letting Bottas through. I think on that lap. Bottas only half a second down on what do you call it? On Leclerc on a compound harder tyre. If that doesn't get you excited, I don't really know what does. Certainly gets me excited. There you go. Bottas up to 4th. As Bottas, oh no, he's broken down by the looks of it on the exit of I think it's the entry to turn 8. It's way off the track though. Are they going to throw out a red flag or are they going to keep going? They could still keep going because he is so far off the track. As Bottas is just stuck there. He's stuck in 4th gear by the looks of it. Is Bottas. And yeah, just a yellow flag for the moment. I don't know if he's trying to do a Control-Alt-Delete on the steering wheel to try and reboot the car. And here's a look. So he went into 4th and then it went into anti-stall. Christmas tree lights on the dashboard and then he pulled off the track. But it appears that those lights are not on the steering wheel anymore. I think, yeah, Bottas now getting out of the car. That's a shame because that lap time was really, really good. Headline times by Alpha. Don't forget they did that last season. Did they? Did Alfa Romeo do headline times last time? I can't remember if they did. I'm not that excited at all. Come on, you got to be excited. It's looking good. Looking good this season. I mean, maybe they're probably running skinnier fuel, but I mean, to do those times on the C3 compound, that's very impressive. I think from Alfa Romeo and Haas. But looks as though it will just be a yellow flag because the car is so far off the track. Hopefully, it's not going to be a red flag. They can just wheel it shortly behind the barrier there and then, use the service road or whatever to get it back to the pits. As yet, he's shut the car off. And the Alfa Romeo is done for the day and done for the test. And, well, the pace they've showed at the end looks pretty good. But this is not the greatest way, is it, to end the session or end the test with a reliability issue with only, 40 minutes left of testing. Just a replay of his car going into anti-stall and then pulling off the track. But yeah, Alfa Romeo and Haas definitely showing some good speed. Yeah, Bahrain last year they did. You know what? I'm going to just quickly search what the best pre-season times were last year. Let me just look. Yeah, Raikkonen. Yeah, he did a 29.7, 0.8 off. Verstappen. Haas were obviously slow as shit. What tyre was he on though? Raikkonen. Can't quite see. What when was Raikkonen on? Don't quite know. But yeah, Raikkonen was 4th. But still, to do that time, and there's a red flag now, I think, to recover the car. Still, like I said, to do that time, within half a second or just over half a second behind Leclerc on the C3. I mean, yeah, the Ferrari probably has a bit more to push, but what do you call it? once they all show their full hand, I don't think the Alfa Romeo is going to be as far off last season as it was last season, put it that way. And what was it? In day 3 of last year, Verstappen ended up quickest on a 28.9, which I'm pretty sure was the pole position time of the Bahrain Grand Prix as well. And he did that last year, the 28.9 in testing, on a set of C4 tyres. Obviously, he's done probably the real best time today of a 34.6 on mediums, C3 mediums. So you'd have to say Red Bull and Verstappen come out of this test looking as good as they looked last year, which is good to see. Yeah, I still think, we've got a very good field for this season. I think probably a closer field this season. And I think it's going to be probably more exciting than last season. Even though last year was very exciting, I think, with the addition of Ferrari and McLaren to the fold at the front, and then probably, 6 teams. 6 teams competing for the rest of the points. I think it's going to make for a very good season. I know Nib's being pessimistic as fuck because he thinks Mercedes are probably just going to turn up with a rocket ship after race 4 and win every single race after that. But I think we're in for a very good season. I think we'll have different winners, not just drivers, but teams. And I think we'll see some surprises. And yeah, I think we'll have another very good Formula 1 season. Remember as well that the driver lineup, the grid, is the best quality grid we've had probably ever in Formula 1 history. So I think there's definitely going to be a lot of great things happening this season. As the red flag is out. No, I don't. You probably do. I know you were kind of joking that you thought in testing, not in testing, during the car reveals, you probably thought. Did you say it? I can't remember. I thought you said that you thought Mercedes would be like a second and a half quicker. I mean, I know it was kind of a joke, but you're basically insinuating that you thought Mercedes were going to dominate. Just looking Twitter to see if there's anything new. Can't quite see anything at the moment. Just trying to see if there's anything else. No, can't see anything else. Just remember that it's a new car, they need more time to understand the car. True, but just because they understand it doesn't mean it'll be quick. I mean, they'll probably get quicker during the season, even though we do have to remind ourselves that Ferrari, even though it won't make a massive difference this season, they will have, I think, was it 10% more wind tunnel time this season, and McLaren will also have an extra 10-15% as well compared to Mercedes. It's even if they do improve the car, they're not gonna, get back to what they were like a couple of years ago or anything like that. Nib says that's why I think the first few races they might be off the pace a little, but then be right back on it. Maybe, but honestly, I think they'll have probably a tougher time than that. And to be honest, if they're a bit off, or in those first few races, I mean that could end up costing them a chance at fighting for the championship, because if they're fighting around 3rd, 4th, 5th place and don't really ever get a first or a second in the first, say, 3, 4, 5 races, then they're going to be probably too far behind in the championship, or they're going to have a lot of work to do to find their way back. On honestly, I would say, I think the first two races, I think definitely they'll be off the pace. They'll be probably the third fastest team at best. And then Australia, honestly, I don't think we know at all what's going to happen there because it's a new track layout. We could have probably a best guess, but I don't think we have a real idea of what's going to happen there. I think, though, when we get to Imola, because that's the first European race, and the teams will probably bring their first real upgrades to the car there that really make a difference. I think there you could see Mercedes really start to improve. But, of course, it depends how the first three races go. You know, if they are off the pace but, you know, have a couple poor results, then it really could put them on the back foot. Or the opposite thing could happen. They could not be that quick like they were. I wouldn't say this time last year that they were not that quick, but, you know, they weren't as quick as they were in years past or the previous year in 2020. They could do what they did last year and have a pretty good start to the season despite not having that quick of a car in comparison to, you know, the year previous or years previous. You forget it's Mercedes. Their dominance has got to end sometime. It's got to end sometime. And why not be this year? I mean, you can maybe say last year it ended, but, I mean, they still won a, was it 8th consecutive Constructors' title? So I wouldn't quite say their dominance is over. To be honest, I think in this new era, I don't think we'll really see a dominant team, and I don't think Mercedes will continue dominating. I think Mercedes will still win races. I think they'll probably still win in the next 2 or 3 years a championship or two, but I don't think you're going to see them dominating again. I just don't see it happening because things have gotten too close in F1. Ferrari, they look as though they have a good car. Red Bull are back to their best, really, that they were at 10 years ago. Maybe not as good as that, but, you know, they're very, very good as an overall team. And yeah, I think Mercedes, they'll still have success, but I don't think it'll be, you know, driver and constructors titles in a row, 3 or 4 years in a row for the next 3 or 4 years. I just don't see that happening again. For Mercedes, I think they'll probably win a couple titles, but nothing anywhere near the dominance of years past because, they have competitors now who are consistently able to fight them. As the session will restart in a minute's time, as we have just under half an hour to go. Just remember last season that after testing they were struggling. 3 weeks later they win the Bahrain Grand Prix. It wasn't 3 weeks after, was it? The Bahrain Grand Prix was not 3 weeks after testing last year, was it? Pretty sure it wasn't. When was it? No, it was only 2 weeks before. Yeah, it wasn't 3 weeks. The thing is, though, I mean, I say it's similar to last season, but I think this season they actually, I think they have more ground to make up than last season because I think the gap to them and the new fastest team, whoever that may be, whether it be Red Bull or Ferrari, I think it's actually bigger than this time last year. And the competition is stiffer, I think, for this year. So it's not going to be as simple as whack a new upgrade on and they're going to be back to, you know, winning races because they're, you know, I'd say they're probably half a second away, at least, at the moment, compared to Red Bull and Ferrari, who I think are the two best teams. And you're not going to just find half a second with one upgrade. I mean, they'll probably cut that down to, you know, 0.2 or something like that by race 4, race 5, which is why I say that I think, you know, in a couple of months' time, I think they'll be contending at the front still. But yeah, it's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be an easy start to the season for them. How long do we have left? 26 minutes to go. So let's see if we're going to get any final quick runs. In 10 minutes, we might actually get the red flag that has come out at the end of the morning session, came out at the end of the afternoon session yesterday to test the race procedure stuff. So we might only actually have 10 minutes to go in testing. We'll have to see. Verstappen, though, is out on a set of soft tyres, and so is Russell. I don't know if it's a C4 or C5. I don't know if Verstappen's on a C5 or C4. I can't tell, to be honest, the difference like that massively between the two. As Verstappen now comes through turn 11, and we'll see if he can end the second test and the testing period overall as the fastest man with the fastest car. He comes through now the penultimate corner, and I think he is on the C5 compound, is Verstappen. And now he comes through the final corner, and let's see if he pushes on this lap. No, he doesn't. He spins a full 360, so he will come back into the pits, I think, will Max Verstappen. Oh no, he continues on, but his tyres will be dead now. So, embarrassing mistake there for Max. As also we've got Leclerc, Russell, Tsunoda, Vettel, Alonso, and Norris out there. Russell, I know, is on a C5 compound tyre. As Verstappen is a replay of him. Cold tyres plus, again, trigger happiness on throttle. Clearly didn't warm the tyres up enough, did Max? We'll see if he can go for another run on maybe that tyre, who knows, or another one. I'd imagine it'd have to be another tyre, as now we're looking at Russell as Norris goes up to 11th place. We're now looking at Russell in the Mercedes on his soft tyre. He's not improved his first sector. What does he do for the middle sector? He does not improve on that sector either, so this will be a clearly slower attempt. I'm going to try, and as Fernando Alonso goes up past Guan Yu Zhou, the 9th place, as Russell completes his lap, and it's no better. I'm just going to quickly update the lap times of a couple drivers quickly. Yeah, Alonso only goes like half a tenth, if that, quicker than previously, and Norris is 1.7 seconds down on Leclerc on the hard compound tyre, which is not too bad of a lap, but it's still, you know, nowhere near, I think, their real pace. And by the way, when we're talking about Mercedes then, you need to factor in, I honestly, I think you need to factor in McLaren, because I think they might have certainly whilst Mercedes are not quite up to speed yet, they might have a say on their speed. As Max Verstappen is now on, by the looks of it, possibly the quickest lap of testing so far. A purple first sector, a 10th up on Charles Leclerc. Let's see what his middle sector will be like into turn 9 and 10. Car is bang on the money. This car, honestly, from what I've seen today, it looks just as good as last year's car. And of course, last year's car won the World Championship. As Verstappen now to the middle sector, and Verstappen is almost 0.3 of a second up on Charles Leclerc, and now completes just about the run to turn 14 on what I think is the C5 compound. Gets through the final corner just fine. Max Verstappen goes quickest. I don't know what the lap time was because they've glitched it a bit, but Max Verstappen does go back to the top of the timesheets on a 1:31.9. So there you go. I think that's pretty much confirmation that Max Verstappen and Red Bull are at least as quick, if not quicker, than Ferrari. At least with Max Verstappen at the wheel. The Verstappen back to the very front. McLaren choosing not to do any short runs is interesting. It is a bit. I mean, they have had brake issues, so they haven't really got had time to do any long runs. So that might also be why. But yeah, it does leave things in the air in regards to what they are going to do or what they're going to be like this season. But Max Verstappen, I think, with that lap, has absolutely shown that Red Bull are just as good, really, as last season. Anyway, Charles Leclerc, second, 4.5 away. We'll see if there's any further improvement. Russell is continuing on another lap. The Williams ahead just gets out of the way. Will Russell improve on this lap? We'll have to see. He's currently almost 0.8 of a second down on Max Verstappen as Russell comes to the line. DRS wide open. And doesn't improve. So Russell stays in third place. Also, when it comes to talk about Mercedes from other teams, I think the reason they're saying, still watch out for Mercedes is purely, well, not purely, but I think it absolutely has something to do with, years past and Mercedes dominating for so long. So they don't want to say, oh yeah, we're quicker than Mercedes, because, well, not many teams have been quicker than Mercedes in the past few years. There definitely is a cautious tone when it comes to people talking about them. And just continuing to update the rest of the times for all the drivers. I'll do that as quickly as I can now. Norris, by the way, back in 11th place, 2.1 seconds off the pace. Do the final few quickly. As Alonso continues on, don't think Alonso really is on a quick lap, to be honest. Let's do the last few drivers here. Well, about 3 or 4 drivers left for me to update. Right, so let me just do this last one. And there you go. So, with 15 minutes to go, Max's title flat spot as well. Yeah, I think that just makes it all the more impressive from Max. But what was I going to say? As Lando Norris looks as though he's out on the medium compound tyre. He's on an outlap, so maybe we'll see something from McLaren here. 15 minutes almost to go. Max Verstappen currently top with the quickest time of testing so far, 1:31.9, on what I believe was the C5 compound. Charles Leclerc second on the C4, Russell third on the C5, Bottas fourth on the C3, Tsunoda fifth on the C5, I think. Perez sixth on the C4, Schumacher seventh on the C3, Vettel eighth on the C3. Oh no, not C3, C4. Alonso ninth on the C3, Guan Yu Zhou 10th on the C4. As Lando Norris begins a new lap, will he do a quick lap? I think this probably is going to be as close to a flying lap as we're going to get from McLaren today. And we know, to be honest, with McLaren, from practice sessions, that they do tend to be very conservative. And a lot of times in 2021, they would be nowhere by the looks of it on a Friday, but then magically turn up on a Saturday and be, you know, easy top 10 contenders, as Norris did have to just about get out of the way of the Mercedes and Russell there, but he did, and now continues on. Pretty decent first sector for Norris, only 2/10 down on a compound 2 times harder than Max Verstappen. So, in theory, his tyre should be... oh no, he runs a bit wide there, does Norris, and I think he'll have to back off. I was going to say his compound should be about 7 or 8 tenths slower than the C5. And Norris will have to back off, and hopefully he'll go for another run, because that lap was looking as though it was going to be a good lap. We'll see, though, if he goes for another run. As Russell back out on track on another outlap. But pretty much every team today has done their quickest lap of testing so far. And yeah, McLaren just running wide. Just a replay of that. And Norris will continue on. Hopefully for another lap instead of coming back into the pits. And we're actually looking at Charles Leclerc, who is back out on track. Leclerc, though, doesn't look as though he's on a flying lap. No, he's on the medium compound tyre, and he's not got the DRS open, so he is not going to bother. Norris, though, looks as though he is not doing another flying lap at the moment, unless I'm proven wrong. As Nicholas Latifi is on an outlap, and we're looking right now at George Russell on a flying lap, I believe, on the, I think the soft tyre, the C4, I think this is. I'm not sure if this is the C5. It looks different to the or to the tyre he was on previously, so I think this might be the C4. Into turn 11 he comes. Looks good through there. And Russell bouncing horribly through turn 12. That must not be nice at all. And Russell now coming up to the final corner. Will Russell go any quicker? And bouncing again into the final corner. And Russell... DRS, will it go wide open? Or he's saving battery there. So, yeah, he won't go any quicker. So, we've got, what, almost 10 minutes to go. And Russell... Oh, so yeah, the Norris on the inside of him, maybe paying him back for what he did earlier. Or maybe it was just told late. I don't know. Nib saying in chat, Red Bull didn't seem to have any dolphining either, which is certainly hurting Merc at the moment. It definitely is. As Nicholas Latifi has come out on a set of soft tyres, but he is coming back into the pit lane. Which, disappointed by. as Alfa Romeo just wheeling Bottas's car back in. As Max Verstappen goes out again on another outlap. I'll let you know what tyres he's on as soon as we see. And Leclerc, Norris, Russell, and Latifi also on track. As for Verstappen, it looks as though he's on the C5 again. Unless he's on a prototype tyre. Can't really see from this angle. And yeah, he's on... Is he on the hard? I can't see quite well if he's on the soft or the C2 prototype. Hopefully he's on another set of C5s. And Norris and Russell then, again, coming to blows. Don't know what they're doing, to be honest. Don't know why they keep doing this to each other at turn 8 of all corners. And yeah, Verstappen must be on the C5 compound. And, well, we'll see how much quicker he can go. Yeah, he is. He's on the C5. This time, doesn't flat spot him, so maybe he'll go an extra 2 or 3 tenths quicker. As we enter the final 10 minutes of the final day of testing. And Verstappen porpoises slightly into turn 1. Looks good, though, that car through turn 1, 2, and 3. And Verstappen now heading up turn 4. And Verstappen, all slight corrections there to the steering wheel. But what a first sector that is. Almost 3 tenths quicker than his previous best. Red Bull, they're really showing what they have this season, and it is scarily good by the looks of it. As Verstappen now through turn 9 and 10. I said on the last time we did a flying lap, this car looks as good as last year's car. It really, really does. As he now comes to turn 11. And Verstappen keeps it on track very neatly indeed. And what is his middle sector time like? It's not an improvement on his previous best, but he's still 2 tenths up. So he still will probably go quicker than his previous time. As he comes into the final corner now, just need to keep it neat and tidy. And he does very nicely indeed. Red Bull car riding the curb very nicely. Comes to the line and goes 1/4 of a second quicker. Max Verstappen quickest on a 1:31. And the Red Bull mechanics are smiling, and I think they know. They don't need to hide anything anymore. They know they have got a very good car for this season. And he's now almost 7 tenths quicker than Leclerc. Leclerc obviously is on a... his best time was done on the C4. But even if Leclerc was to do a time on the C4, I'm not sure he would close in all of that time back. As I'll update the gap between Verstappen and Leclerc very soon. It should be like 7 tenths of a second almost between the two. In fact, I think it is as close to 7 tenths as possible, really. Probably like 0.69 something. As here is Charles Leclerc, who is out on track, but he's doing a run on the medium compound tyre. So clearly that is him done for the day in terms of, will he go any quicker? And yeah, Leclerc, I've just seen it updated. He is almost 7 tenths down. So Max Verstappen, as he showed everyone, and Red Bull have showed everyone that car is very much a strong contender for victory next weekend. I'm sure Ferrari will be in there. Certainly in qualifying, I think Ferrari will be strong. But I think Red Bull and Verstappen, given what we've seen last season and what we've seen since Verstappen went to Red Bull, they are a very good package. As Verstappen comes in for a new set of tyres, and it is the medium compound tyres, but I don't think... No, he's not coming back out, I don't think. Oh, no, he is. They will come out for a final 6-minute. Nib saying Max just looks like he has so much confidence in that car. Yeah, it does look, like I said, it looks similar to last year. It just looks front to rear, very balanced, very quick, and Max looks as though he's able to push it as hard as he wants. As Fernando Alonso is now out on track. By the way, the rest of the time difference I will update in a moment because it's not all correct. I'll try and update it as soon as I can. Fernando Alonso is out on track, and he's doing a lap on the C5, I think. As he comes into turn 8, understeers wide. Nowhere near the front downforce the Red Bull has. And into turn 10 they go. Or he goes. With 5 minutes now to go. And Alonso flying through turn 11. Does he go wide or lose a rear again like he did earlier? No, he does not. And 7.5 tenths down so far on this lap. The Alpine car, honestly, I think does have potential to be a good car. They haven't had the reliability so far on this test. But thankfully, so far today, not really had any issues on that. As Alonso comes to the line and goes third on a 1:32.6, but he is a second down on Max Verstappen. But yeah, like I said, I think Alpine, they do have a decent car this season, but just lacking reliability by the look of it. Anyway, let me just update the order for probably the final time. Sorry, the final time in this session. So Alonso up to third place as Max Verstappen comes back into the pits yet again. And yeah, so Fernando Alonso almost a second down. And what do you call it? Russell a second down on Verstappen on the same tyre. It's not looking good, is it? If you're a Mercedes fan, it really is not looking good. I'm sure they'll be closer. I don't think they'll be that far off in qualifying next weekend, but I don't think there's any way we can sit here and say that they have a car as quick as the Red Bull. I don't think anyone would admit to that. As Lando Norris is on an improved time. He's only a second down on Max Verstappen on the C3. We'll see what he does with this lap before I update anything else on the screen. And car went in very nicely to the final corner. Comes to the line, and Norris goes 9th, 1.4 seconds down. To be honest, I'd probably say that's that's not where they are, for sure. They're quicker than that, but if you compare Leclerc to Norris, there's about a 0.7 of a second gap, and Norris was on the harder tyre. If Norris went on the C4 and went, say, 4 or 5 tenths quicker, then that's probably representative of where they are. So I'd probably say that's honestly, on that tyre, that's probably representative of where McLaren are. Which is not bad at all, because they're only 4 tenths off Russell when Russell's on the C5. So that's a pretty good time from Lando Norris. Anyway, let me update the rest. So, Lando Norris, as I think Yuki Tsunoda is he going to go out for another run, or is he going to do a practice pit stop? He's going to practice pit stop instead. But yeah, that time from Norris, that's actually a decent time. And I think that shows, again, that there is more pace in that car. For sure. Let me just try and complete these lap times. I don't think there'll be any more times, to be honest. There's only a minute left. Let me update it all before the end of the session. So your top 10. Verstappen, Leclerc, Alonso, Russell, Bottas, Tsunoda, Perez, Schumacher, Vettel, and Zhou, or Guan Yu Zhou. Wait, is Guan Yu Zhou? No, Guan Yu Zhou is not in the top 10. It's actually Norris. I'll update the positions in a moment. I'm just doing the time at the moment. As Charles Leclerc continuing on the medium compound for the final few seconds of the session. Let me just update the times before I do the positions, you guys. As the session 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and guys, that is it. That is pre-season testing over and done with, and we have plenty to talk about. Make sure to come around later tonight to my channel at 8 PM UK time, where I will be reviewing pre-season testing. So yeah, make sure to come along to that stream. But great to have you guys along for this stream. I haven't quite finished yet, but I'm just going to quickly finish up these timings and that, and positions. I think the only thing I need to update is Lando Norris up to 9th. And by the way, that is Norris's quickest and McLaren's quickest lap of testing so far. So every team today has done their quickest lap of pre-season testing. So guys, that is it for pre-season testing. Thank you for being along for the 4.5 hours. If you're wondering, my throat got a bit scratchy in the end, don't wonder. Just do 4.5 hours of streaming yourself, and I think you'll suffer just as much as me physically. But yeah, been great to do this, and like I said, I will be live tonight at 8 PM UK time to review testing, go through all the teams, look at how they did. We'll go through all of the teams and look at their best lap times of pre-season testing in Bahrain. The best times for each team, which, like I said, I think each team today has done their best time of testing. And I will give my thoughts as to what I think the pecking order is for 2022. Also, in that stream, I will let you guys know my full schedule for next week and the Bahrain Grand Prix. So make sure to come on to that stream again, 8 PM UK time. That's 4 hours from now. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right to the screen, you can do it right there. Smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And don't forget as well to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD. At ChazHD5 on Twitter. And as well, don't forget to join me on our Discord server. Link down below in the description. That Discord server also is very good for notifications for my streams and videos. But guys, until my review of testing later tonight at 8 PM in 4 hours from now, it has been me, Sakhir HD. Goodbye.